School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Holy war. The U.S. admits to another soldier killed. Iran picks a new leader, and Trump is humiliated. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, this is definitely a holy war. Iran said it's divine. They divinely inspired, and they are terrorizing the U.S. Let's get into the new debt they announced.
40 past with the breaking news. The Pentagon confirming within the last few minutes a 7th U.S. service member has died from attacks in the Middle East. U.S. Central Command says the person succumbed to injuries from an attack on U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia. Yesterday, of course, President Trump oversaw the dignified transfer of 6 deceased American service members as they returned to U.S. soil. So once again, the breaking news, now a 7th U.S. service member has died in the Iran conflict.
Now, they tell you this man died in Saudi Arabia, where they say the other 6 troops, they died in Kuwait. They say that man was killed on the 1st. Well, I think today is the 8th. What we do know is that it's a bunch of U.S. troops dead. And what we do know is we was right. They're going to try to drip. And before you look up, it's going to be hundreds. But it's already hundreds done passed away. Saudi Arabia, it's 20. I'm hearing 21 soldiers died today in Saudi Arabia. But they tell us about that one that died in Saudi Arabia. See, this is disgusting. Salute for me.
On March 6th, showed a huge fire engulfing Ali Al Salem Air Base, about 40 miles west of Kuwait City, which houses U.S. troops and aircraft, as Iranian Revolutionary Guards continued a retaliatory strike.
We do know troops still on this base because I got one video of a U.S. troop hiding out. And I don't know what the hell. You got U.S. troops recording the damage in this. I don't know if they disobeying direct orders because no U.S. troop is supposed to be recording this devastation. It's not supposed to be online. But I guess this is their way of saying F Trump. They're going to show the world the truth because it's U.S. troops hiding out in certain bases, but they're recording when the missiles and drones is landing in certain bases. So that's how people are saying, wait a minute, people are in those bases? Yes, then people is dying.
Gulf states participating in a joint U.S.-Israeli aggression. Kuwaitis have documented a massive attack on the base in southern Kuwait, that as of Sunday, U.S.-Israeli strikes had killed at least 1,332 Iranian civilians, according to official Islamic Republic data. At the same time, an U.S. soldier witnessed the precision of the deadly strike of an Iranian Shahed 136 drone, striking the Radome Tower at the base.
This video supposed to be all over the news. That's why I'm sick of these people, bro. That's why I got to do what I got to do and bring y'all this shit every day because y'all ain't going to see these people. Here you have a U.S. soldier recording the damn damage himself. He's a hero. Trying to get it to the American people. He can be arrested for this. He can be arrested for this. But what he did was show the world we still fucking here. So when you see those devastated bases that's blown all the way up, it's no way U.S. troops not dying and being wounded. This soldier gave the game up. Here he is.
Base.
They in the base.
It confirmed that U.S. troops were still inside the base in large numbers.
They in the base in large numbers. That happened today in Kuwait. Now the U.S. military is gonna be searching for this goddamn soldier, but shit, he had to let the world know, man. It's like SOS, help us. Trump won't let us come home. We dying over here, and they acting like 2 or 3. They like, nah, they say 7 soldiers killed. Nigga, 7 is dying in one blow.
And that the death toll on the U.S. side was likely higher. Eyewitness sources wrote that U.S. planes were targeted at the base, which is why there was a huge blaze at the impact site. Iranian attack on the base, causing a large fire visible on weather satellite images, on Saturday at 10 a.m.
Clamp
local
down on those
time.
soldiers now. That's crazy. They're gonna clamp down on the soldier, but if it weren't for the soldier, not only would we not have got some of that good footage, but you would think that they acting like they didn't evacuate all the bases. No, they have not. They done forced some of those soldiers to stay and man those bases, and they dying in large numbers. And this soldier just proved, man, we still here, man. These bases are getting hit, man. They're lying to the world, man. We in danger, man.
Iran has carried out a new series of attacks on U.S. military sites across the Middle East, targeting Camp Arifian and Ali al-Salam Air Base in Kuwait, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps reported. There were more explosions at the Ali al-Salam base, and there were many reports that American citizens may have closed their embassy in Kuwait and fled. After losing key facilities at the airbase, U.S. forces have moved their command and control operations to the Kuwait Social Insurance Fund building. However, it took Iran only a few hours to find it.
The U.S. is war criminals, bro. Them Israelis is going to command these hotels and different buildings. They might set up a military shop in a local grocery store. They was saying Hamas was hiding behind human shields. If Hamas is anywhere near civilian, they say, hey, we can kill all y'all people. Hamas shouldn't have been hiding behind a human shield. The Americans is hiding the civilian populations, and so is the Israelis, bro. Now, we still have some troop on the basis force, but the majority of them, the generals, the lieutenant sergeants, they all in abandoned ship, hiding out amongst the population. That is a war crime. You cannot do that. They trying to run from the Iranians, bro, but that's disgusting. If you want to flee, go home. Don't try to run up in the Arab population. Iran's saying that's not going to work.
And destroy it by drones. Then a big fire followed.
I just seen on Al Jazeera, 2 killed in Saudi Arabia, several wounded. Them is U.S. soldiers they talking that killed, bro. So, all right, Saudi Arabia say 2 killed. This today, Saudi Arabia say 2 killed, several wounded, but they didn't say who. And then the U.S. come out today and say, we had 1 soldier killed in Saudi Arabia, but that happened. Nah, bitch, you got more than 1. Saudi Arabia say 2 dead. You saying 1 dead. So who telling the truth? There's some other people saying 21 dead killed in Saudi Arabia today.
Confirmation that Bahrain is allowing the U.S. to launch strikes with the HIMARS launcher system to fire on Iran directly from the island nation. The rocket system was seen active in Bahrain on March 6, although the hardware was detected moving in Manama a few days ago. This time, instead of...
Now you see this? This is an Iranian revolutionary. See, the U.S., they don't want to do this, bro. It's good. They could have hit the troops with an RPG right now. That's what's gonna happen. They think they're gonna be riding around Iran. But anyway, they in Bahrain. This what they're supposed to be their troops. They're supposed to be cool with the Bahraini government. Remember, those are Sunnis who ruling over Shiites. So here you have a Shiite laid in the cut, recording everything for Iran.
Of the base, the rocket launchers were
ready to hit this stuff. That's a fact.
Confirmed to be moving and camouflaging under an overpass.
Telling them where it's at. You see, then camouflaging under overpass. That's a war crime. You can't be hiding that military equipment under overpass where the civilians got to be. If Hamas do that, you talking about they hide behind the they're using civilians as human shields. The U.S. is using civilians as human shields.
As in the city center
Bahrain,
near Nuwaydrat, instead of to protect U.S. soldiers who began staying in hotel rooms.
See? Staying in hotel rooms trying to get some sleep. That's a war crime, nigga. That's a fact. You can't stay in no hotel room and you no soldier. No, that's where the civilians got to sleep who not at war. You are a target for bullets and shit. Yeah, but that's what they doing, bro.
While the geographical location of HIMARS is visible in the footage, it confirmed that the launcher was operating in a desert field near Alidair, northern Bahrain, where it launched strikes against targets toward Iran. Despite a ban from the local government, Bahrainis spread the video, which reportedly shows the U.S. Army missile launcher in reality firing at Iran from there.
And this why they get that. This why Bahrain.
This signals a dangerous escalation.
See, this why Bahrain getting blew up right motherfucking now. Iran warning them, hey, don't let these people do this, bro. We won't blow all your shit up. Oh, no, please. No, we're not with the Americans. And then this video like this gets sent to the Iranians. Oh, y'all, what, yeah? Well, here go the Americans firing HIMARS missiles from your territory in our goddamn directions. That's why I'm hearing right now the king of Bahrain has fled Bahrain. He's supposed to fled to Saudi Arabia. I hope that's true. The king has fled, and it's an uprising right now. That's going to happen in the end. I said this a couple of lives ago. Iran is going to be invading Bahrain real goddamn soon. That's a fact. They're going to take that motherfucker. Iran is going to be invading people before they invade Iran.
Escalation as the bases in the Gulf seem to be totally turned into a sea of fire by Iranian active launches. Iranian media also confirmed, showing the operation of the U.S. HIMARS rocket launcher from Bahrain, firing the PRSM tactical short-range ballistic missile launched through Atacams, destroying a water desalination plant on Qeshm Island, Iran. Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi warned, saying the U.S. committed a blatant and desperate crime by attacking the freshwater desalination plant, causing the water supply in 30 villages to have been affected. Its crimes are documented, and it is the U.S. that sets this precedent, not Iran. Water is life. The empire just proved that they don't care. The response will come soon because the U.S. uses thirst as a weapon. The system is likely to be deployed anywhere, in Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, allowing the U.S. to fire projectiles from their territory, then claims not to be directly participating in Israeli-U.S. aggression. At the same time, Iranian kamikaze Shahed 136 drones began to be seen over the skies of Bahrain, bypassing layered air defenses, searching for targets that were methodically destroying Israeli-U.S. interests there, and several hits were recorded. Shahed hit the Financial Harbor Towers, a high-rise commercial complex in Manama. At the compound, reported to be the location of the Israeli embassy in Bahrain, Shahed dived on the embassy. In addition, dramatic footage at night of Shahed's drone carrying out another targeted beating towards a hotel room where U.S. Army personnel were housing.
Iran could do this shit for 20 years. See, the U.S. math is off, bro. We wasted decades of material and manpower in Afghanistan and Iraq. That's a fact, bro. We wasted manpower, that's troops that was willing to die, and we wasted a lot of our equipment. The equipment that right now, if this is a real war, we got busy in Iran. Whether we would have lost or not, we'd have had a bunch of death and destruction. We'd have troops willing to die. We don't have all that no more. We don't have no troops willing to go die in no Iran. That's just a fact. They have to force these people at gunpoint, man, to go die over there. We barely have any weapons. That's a fact. I know it's hard for people to think about that the U.S. don't really have the weapons for these wars. That's a fact. They're stealing all our fucking money. I've been preaching this shit. Iran, they haven't been going to war with anybody. They can do this for 20 goddamn years. That's a fact, bro. They can do this for 20 motherfucking years.
Such attacks have been routine in the past, as the eyes of Iranian intelligence remain open.
On the U.S. and Israel.
No country can stop Iran if it decides to give a worthy retaliate.
I doesn't die on YouTube, Code Figure TV. How did I know this was gonna happen? I've been preaching this. I did this. Everybody been paying. I said this was gonna happen. You just gotta pay attention. I said this was gonna happen. Not in a million years, nigga, could they defeat Iran. Not in a million years could Israel fuck with Iran. But people came in here in our comment section talking about what they was gonna do to Iran. All right, where the fucking evidence at? What evidence can you present to me? And like I kept saying, they lost to the Taliban. Bro, that's all I need to know. Okay, you lost to the Taliban. That means you're bad at guerrilla fighting. If the U.S. can just go kill everybody in the country, they would do it. You can't do that nowadays no more. Now, the U.S. would have been real good thousands of years ago when they can just kill every fucking body. They would have won every war. You can't do that anymore. You see what I'm saying? You actually got to get in there, and there's rules to certain things you can and do. Yes, we're war criminals, but you still gotta play by some rules at war. You're not gonna win no war when you gotta damn near fight the battle honorably. They got no honor. They're not willing to die. See, that's the thing I learned when I paid attention to war. These people ain't willing to die. That's why they couldn't beat the Vietnamese, because the U.S. wanted to come home for Christmas. That's why they couldn't beat the Taliban, who didn't have tanks or planes and barely had shoes at times. That's a fact. I always say that. Nigga, they barely had sandals. And do you know sometimes the Taliban, they used to have to pass the gun to other people. You know, it might be a couple of weapons in a group of 7. They still won that goddamn war, bro, because they were willing to die. And the U.S. was waiting on the rotation change. They waiting on who messing with their woman. You can't beat nobody when you hear about who's sleeping with your wife. You want to call home? Man, you can't. That's just a fact. That little shit like that will have you lose a war.
This is a special report. The images you are about to hear described are graphic. The truth is brutal, and the silence from official channels is deafening. Over the last 48 hours, a video has been burning up the timeline on X.com, and it shows a moment of such devastating irony that it would almost be comedic if it weren't so tragic. We are talking about an incident that just occurred in Tel Aviv, a moment that the Israeli military machine desperately does not want you to see. Imagine the scene.
Sirens blared across Tel Aviv and parts of central and southern Israel as Iran launched another round of ballistic missiles, sending residents rushing into bomb shelters.
Waves of Iranian missile attacks rock Israel.
Israel is in panic after Iran conducted missile drills across several cities.
Sirens have stopped. The all-clear has been given. A missile, presumed to be a dud, is lying dormant in a residential area. The fire crews move in. The rescue teams arrive to help civilians. The IDF bomb squad, the best of the best, surrounds the warhead to render it safe. And then, in the split second they are all clustered around it, the device detonates. Sources on the ground, citing emergency services that are now being muzzled, are indicating that the casualty count from that single, horrific moment is staggering. We are hearing reports of over 500 confirmed killed, primarily first responders and military personnel, but that number is fluid, and it is climbing. It was a trap. A brutal, calculated trap. This is not just a malfunctioning piece of weaponry. Military analysts are already calling this a new and terrifying phase in war. What Iran appears to have deployed is what some are calling intelligent munitions, or sleeper missiles. These aren't just bombs, they are hunter-killers. The theory, based on the footage we are seeing, is that these specific projectiles are designed to go silent. They fake a malfunction, they land without...
Iran already said they got weapons that they will be introducing the world has never seen before. Very intelligent people. Very intelligent people. The Iranians already said they finna. You see, the U.S. and the whole world mess up the nuclear weapons. Like, that's it. No, that's not it. That's just a weapon. There's plenty of other weapons.
Detonating, and they wait. They are packed with sensors and explosives, lying dormant, collecting intel, and transmitting data back to command centers until the exact moment the enemy's best and brightest crowd around to investigate. It is a devastating psychological operation as much as a military one. They are using the Israelis' own doctrine of protecting life against them, turning rescue missions into mass casualty events. Before we dive deeper into how Benjamin Netanyahu is trying to scrub the internet of these images and why the Pentagon is panicking, I need you to do something for me. We are one of the last outlets left that is willing to call this exactly as it is. No sugarcoating. No bowing to Zionist pressure, no censoring the truth to protect the feelings of warmongers. The corporate media won't show you these videos. They won't tell you about the 500 dead in Tel Aviv because it doesn't fit the narrative of Israeli invincibility. If you believe in honest journalism, If you want the truth about this war that the establishment is terrified, you'll see. You need to hit that like button. It tells the algorithm that people want the real story. And more importantly, smash that subscribe button. Join this channel. We are building a fortress of truth here, and we need you inside it with us. Do it now, and then let's get into the filth that Netanyahu is trying to hide. All right, let's talk about the censorship. Because what is happening inside Israel right now is not just war, it is a war on information. Benjamin Netanyahu is hiding. He is hiding in bunkers, and he is hiding the bodies. The official casualty figures coming out of Tel Aviv after that sleeper missile incident? A joke. They are calling it a gas leak. They are calling it a minor incident with few injuries. Meanwhile, whistleblowers are flooding out of the country with testimony that paints a very different picture. Take the case of an Indian journalist, Braj Mohan Singh, who was trapped in the occupied territories and just managed to escape. He gave a testimony to the press that should chill you to the bone. He said that people are dying in Israeli bunkers, deep, 100-foot deep bunkers, and the government is simply not reporting it. He described how journalists are forbidden from filming bodies, forbidden from visiting hospitals, and given fake numbers. He recounted going to a strike site where a local told him 4 entire families had been wiped out, their homes turned to dust. The next day, the Israeli military minders told him there was only 1 casualty. 1. They are literally erasing people.
जब बम फटता है ना तो वो देखता ही नहीं कि भारतीय है कि इजरायली है। सही बात है। और आपके बगल में ना गोलियों से तो आप बच जाएंगे, राइट लेफ्ट चोट लगेगी, मिसाइल से आप बचेंगे नहीं। और ये कहने की बातें थी कि बंकर बहुत अच्छे होते हैं।
They're not safe in the bunkers. I seen on the news, fake news, but they were telling the truth. They were shocked. Israelis were shocked that they hid in the bunkers that everybody had in their apartment buildings, and Iranians was using bunker busters. Nowhere was safe. So going in those bunkers wasn't going to save you from what Iran was throwing at those buildings.
100 फीट गहरे बंकर हमने देखा कि लोग मर गए वहां पर, और आपको कुछ नहीं बताया जा रहा असलियत क्या, क्योंकि हमें कुछ ये तो इंडियन मीडिया है, धन्यवाद देना चाहिए सरकार का। कितनी बेहतरीन सरकार है हमारी, वहां तो सरकार आपको कुछ बता नहीं रही, आप वहां विजुअल्स नहीं ले सकते लाशों के, अस्पताल आप नहीं जा सकते, और जब घटना होती तो हमें मालूम ही नहीं कि जगह कौन।
We're going to listen to George Galloway today. He going to speak on that. Like I say, I didn't want to report it, but when I seen that the most powerful man in Iran, they picked a new supreme leader, but Larijani, who his father picked as the one to steer the country in the right move, who is a very highly respected individual, he is reporting that to the world. He's coming on TV. I said, man, that man ain't gonna play with his respect and his honor like that. They don't have to lie. Yes, it's psychological warfare, but they winning the war. They don't need that. He says Trump needs to stop lying. He said Trump was wishing that they killed the troops that they have. He said they had captured American soldiers, and I believe him.
कौन सी, जैसे आपको हमें मालूम है कि अभी गौर सिटी में जाना है, वहां पे किस जगह जाना है, घटना ये हमें मालूम ही नहीं, क्योंकि कौन बताने वाला हमें। और जब हम अगले दिन सुबह पहुंच रहे हैं, और सारे और भी पत्रकार, सिर्फ सादरा नहीं और भी जितने पत्रकार, बोला जा रहा है कि ओनली वन कैजुअलिटी, 1% डाइड, लेकिन वहां पे जो लोकल का जो इजरायलियन जो कि यहाँ पे हिमाचल आते हैं ठोकने के लिए, उन्होंने बताया देयर वर 4 हाउसेज, नोबडी इज अलाइव। इससे पता लगता है कि बड़ी वहां घटना हुई। और मैं आपको सच बताऊं कि वहां का टेक्नोलॉजी जो कहने की बात है ना, अलार्म बजता था हम लोग को, एक दिन सुबह 5 बजे की बात मैं आपको बताऊं कि अलार्म बजा ही नहीं, बस धुड़ुम धुड़ुम की आवाजें आ रही थी, पता लगा कि बिना अलार्म की चीजें आ गई। तो टेक्नोलॉजी फेल है, और जब वो आपके ड्रोन्स और खासतौर से मिसाइलें दगती है ना, तो नहीं पता हमारे 200 मीटर से हम कितनी दूरी पे। और अभी आपको पता लगा होगा कि खासतौर से मिडिल ईस्ट में सारे अमेरिकन एम्बेसी को उन्होंने टारगेट किया, हो सकता है कि तेल अवीव इसको टारगेट किया था, तो हम भी नहीं बचते।
And here is the kicker that exposes the lie about their superior technology. This journalist confirmed what we have long suspected. The radars are gone. The much vaunted Iron Dome, the David Sling, the entire American-backed air defense network. Iran has punched so many holes in it that it's essentially Swiss cheese. Singh reported that missiles are striking without warning. No sirens, no red alerts on the apps. Just a sudden explosion. Why? Because Iranian strikes have systematically degraded and destroyed Israel's radar arrays and detection systems. The startup nation is flying blind, and they are lying to their own citizens to prevent a mass panic that would bring down the government. And while Netanyahu is busy trying to control the narrative in Tel Aviv, the noose is tightening elsewhere. Iranian state media, including Press TV and the Tehran Times, are reporting that the IRGC has expanded the theater of war. They have followed through on their promise. We are getting confirmed reports of a significant strike on the Jufair naval base in Bahrain. This is not a small thing, folks. Jufair is the home of the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. This is the headquarters of American naval power in the Persian Gulf. According to Iranian sources, this strike was framed as direct retaliation for an alleged U.S. attack on a desalination plant on Iran's Qeshm Island. You see the game here? The U.S. and Israel thought they could target Iranian infrastructure, cutting off water to civilians, no less, and get away with it. Iran just sent a 2,000-kilometer message that if you mess with their civilian infrastructure, they will hit your military command centers. Videos circulating online show high-rise buildings in Manama, Bahrain, engulfed in flames after the strikes. The U.S. is downplaying it, of course, saying no damage to the base. But you don't see skyscrapers catching fire next to a military installation without some serious collateral damage, or perhaps precision targeting. This brings us to the absolute farce of the American military machine. While Iran is deploying hypersonic missiles that can evade detection and sleeper warheads that play dead, the United States Air Force is doing something that would be embarrassing in a video game, let alone a real war. We have to talk about the decoys. Iranian news sources, alongside Russian military experts like Yuri Knutov, are revealing that the U.S. and Israel are burning through millions, if not billions of dollars in munitions, hitting literally nothing. That's right. Satellite imagery and drone footage are emerging showing that many of the air bases and missile batteries the Pentagon claims to have destroyed were actually inflatable balloons and painted plywood. We are talking about dummy helicopters, fake missile launchers, and anamorphic paintings on the ground that look like bunkers from the sky. Imagine being a multi-million-dollar pilot, dropping $1 million JDAM bomb on a target, only to find out later that you bombed a rubber duck. The IRGC has mastered the art of asymmetric warfare. They are cheap, they are effective, and they are making the United States look like a bully punching shadows. While the U.S. brags about degrading Iranian capabilities, Iran is actually degrading the U.S. Treasury by tricking them into wasting precision munitions on decoys. Who is the superpower here, really? And if you think the lying stops at the battlefield, let's bring in the analysis of someone who has seen it all before, Alidair Crook. Crook has been exposing the rot at the heart of the Pentagon and the State Department for years, and his recent statements are a damning indictment of the Biden and now Trump administration's continuity of deceit.
Trump, I think, is getting quite desperate about it. But I think his way of dealing with it is actually going to be counterproductive. He keeps saying, oh, we've done great things. We've sunk the Iranian Navy. We've destroyed their Air Force. We're destroying their missiles. But the consequences of that is that no factual details are being fed out by the Pentagon. I mean, put it bluntly, they're mainly lying about what's actually happening on the ground. I'm sure they know about it, but they lie. Okay, only 6 Americans have been killed in this, and all the aircraft that have fallen were all friendly fire incidents. I mean, I think that with a little bit of time, the American public will realize that things were a little different from...
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and...
Crook is exposing that the Pentagon is actively, and with malice, lying to the American public. We are hearing about friendly fire incidents, American troops killed by American bombs, that are being swept under the rug. We are hearing about casualties in the hundreds that are being reported as 0. The government is betraying its own citizens, its own soldiers, just to maintain the illusion of victory in a war that is being fought, let's be honest, for the security and expansion of Israel. The American soldier is being asked to die for Tel Aviv, and the Pentagon is lying to their families about how they died. Crook points out that the narrative of Western invincibility is a house of cards. Every time the U.S. claims a victory, Iran releases footage of a base they actually hit. Every time Israel claims they intercepted 99% of missiles, We see videos like the one in Tel Aviv today, where 500 people just died because one missile played possum. The credibility gap is now a chasm. So, where are we now? The Zionist entity is in chaos. Their leader is in hiding, censoring the press, afraid to even step outside because Iranian reconnaissance has likely mapped his every move. The streets of Tel Aviv, once bustling with hubris, are ghost towns. The people are realizing that their government lied to them about their safety. And the resistance, led by Iran, has shown that they are thinking 3 steps ahead. They aren't just launching missiles to cause damage. They are launching missiles to change the psychology of the enemy. The message from Tehran is clear. You cannot hide. You cannot censor. And you certainly cannot trust your leaders to tell you the truth about how badly you are losing. We will continue to monitor the whistleblower accounts coming out of Israel. We will continue to show you the videos they are trying to delete. And we will continue to laugh at the Pentagon every time they claim to have destroyed a balloon. This is the reality of the war. This is the truth they don't want you to see. Keep sharing this video.
Of total confusion exists as Donald Trump, despite his bone spurs problem that made him dodge 5 separate call-ups to the Vietnam War, didn't stop him going for a round of golf today. A round of golf today, whilst the world is in total chaos. Economy is crashing, kingdoms falling, and all as a result of decisions that he made based, he said, on his feelings. Well, Lindsey Graham is beaming broadly, and I mean in the sense of his mouth, not anything else. Lindsey Graham is practically running this war for Donald Trump, and he says they're going to blow the Iranian people away over the next 2 weeks. Yet the New York Times this very evening is reporting that Trump has changed his mind and may well be about to declare victory and call off the war. The
Humanity
casualty figures of the American armed forces laughably suppressed to 6, and they were received with dignity by the families and the military brass and, well, the other brass, Melania, and Donald Trump dressed like a Sopranos underboss with a white baseball cap, which he didn't even take off as the coffins passed him by. But news out of Stuttgart, which is the medical center for American dead and wounded, are reporting 600 American casualties in the war so far. And when you see the videos, which we have been able to see, and the ones that are suppressed, the ones you're paying for at the BBC with your license fee, of course, are not allowed to show the impact of Iranian missiles. But the impact is clear enough. They are now landing without any kind of intercession. They are now hitting Israel at will. And this is an entire sea change from both the 12-day war and from the expectation, which must have been prevalent when they launched their war just over a week ago. Without opposition, Iranian ballistic and hypersonic missiles, and with more modern and bigger and more powerful missiles only now being brought into service, is enough to chill the blood. Thousands of Israelis have been casualty to these missiles. and the destruction of thousands of buildings, some of them very important buildings indeed, like the Mossad headquarters, like the Air Force headquarters, like meetings where important officers and officials are gathering, like air raid shelters where the Israeli leadership take cover during bombing raids, have been confirmed hits and have caused massive destruction and casualty. And of course, in a way, the biggest news, given that lives of Iranians don't seem to matter, the biggest news of all is that, reminiscent of the Jimmy Carter fiasco, when he landed helicopters in the desert in 1979, only to see most of them shot to pieces and their pilots and officers on board taken capture, to add to the humiliation of the seizure of the American embassy in Tehran at the triumph of the Iranian Revolution, in payback for the endless support the American state had given the Shah of Iran, who had just been toppled. Reminiscent of that fiasco is this one. According to credible reports and official statements by the Iranian government, that 173 members, officers and men of the famed Delta Force are in their hands as captured prisoners of war, and others were killed. What apparently happened was that the United States attempted a military landing, which went disastrously wrong, was ambushed by a superior force of IRGC fighters who killed and took 173 people prisoner. That's quite a haul of prisoners of war from an elite American unit, and now further complicates the entire military situation. It's now confirmed also that it was an American missile that murdered 165, at least, schoolgirls in the worst US atrocity since the end of the Vietnam War. Was not an Israeli missile. When schools are hit, it usually is, but an American missile. And it was not, as I said in the last show, fired from the decks of an American aircraft carrier, but was fired from Bahrain. A minute about Bahrain. I've been involved in issues involving Bahrain for, well, nigh on 30 years. I made a significant, I think, speech about it in a special debate that I called in Parliament many decades ago. It was answered by Bunter Soames, the then Conservative Defence Minister. It was concerning the role of a Scottish torturer by the name of Ian Henderson. Ian Henderson literally worked the torture tables for the British Empire in Kenya and was then hired by the King of Bahrain to torture his opponents. Because he was Scottish and because he was a torturer, I conducted a short war against him, which was a triumphant one. He was let go and lived out the rest of his life in luxurious retirement in Bahrain. So for decades, I've been involved in the issues of Bahrain, quite coincidentally, because of Henderson's nationality. And I later, of course, grew to know the sheer scale of the repression in Bahrain, where a king, Khalifa, I say king in inverted commas, for there's only one king, and that king is Jesus Christ. But the king of Bahrain has apparently fled the country. His power rested on Pakistani mercenaries, on other foreign mercenaries, and on the British and American naval bases in his country. I say country, it's about the size of a very large supermarket car park. And it has two superpower, nuclear-powered, nuclear-armed naval bases within it. And it has a bridge, a causeway, which connects it to Saudi Arabia. It's a busy causeway because in Bahrain, you can whore, you can gamble, you can drink yourself insensible, none of which you can officially do in Saudi Arabia. And so that causeway is a very busy one. But it's busy only one way tonight, and that is the comprador of the compromised king of Bahrain, who are fleeing to safety, they hope, in Saudi Arabia. Bahrain is about to become an Islamic republic, which is quite something if you think about it. And certainly those who launched this invasion, this attack on Iran, didn't think about it carefully enough. But back to the Iranian war. The streets were on fire last night as American and Israeli warplanes and missiles fired from sundry bases around the Persian Gulf set Iran's oil depots on fire and sending into the atmosphere a plume of black poisonous smoke, which is now drifting to other Central Asian countries and will eventually reach China. It has turned the sky completely black. It's amazing, these politicians that tell you you can't have a boiler, you must have a heat pump, you can't have a diesel car, you must drive an electric one. That are you sure you're needing all that electricity that you are consuming? Why not wear a woolly jumper and a woolly bobble hat in the winter and save on your heating bills, to save the planet? It's amazing, all these people who are forever hugging trees and mourning melting glaciers at billion-dollar convocations of environmentalists, but who don't raise a murmur about the devastation to the environment being caused by war. But it's not just the environment, you see, that has been changed as a result of the blowing up of Iran's oil depots. It is the first strike on Iran's oil infrastructure. And of course, it will be wounding and damaging to Iran in the short, medium, and long term. But what they forgot was that every country in the region has oil infrastructure. Every country in the region has oil depots, all of which could be set up in the same kind of acrid, acid rain, black smoke, and they certainly will be. If there is a further attack on Iran's oil infrastructure, expect all the oil infrastructure of all the countries of the Persian Gulf to go up in a ball of flame. Now, you might think that that's nothing to do with you, but you've obviously never tried to get petrol yet. You've obviously not been tracking the rise in the cost of oil yet. You're obviously not aware that the price of a barrel of oil is now $100, will probably be tomorrow $150, and may reach $200 before it becomes unobtainable at all, and remaining barrels are placed in the Louvre for safekeeping. Oh, wait. And the crash that is going to cause in Western economies was clearly not thought through either by the golfer on the range at Mar-a-Lago today. We are heading for economic catastrophe, as I warned you that we were. Week after week after week, I said here, all of the things that I've just adumbrated as now having happened. I warned you that Iran would fight back. I warned you that Iran was powerful enough to fight to a standoff with the nuclear armed powers of the United States and Israel. I warned you that the family...
Revolutionary salute to our brother, Mr. Altruistic, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldiers.
Dictatorships in the region would be swept away. I warned you that there would never again be glad, confident morning in the paradise of Dubai. Prices of apartments in which fell by 15% in a single week and soon will be unsellable. A double room in the Burj Al Khalifa this weekend was on sale for $9. $9. You could have got yourself a room and you could have watched the devastation, the destruction of Dubai, to which so many people in the West have gone to live for the tax-free status and the beauty of the skyline, no doubt. The catastrophe which is unfolding was not just predictable, but was predicted, including here repeatedly on the mother of all talk shows. But back to the conduct of the war itself. They keep saying that Iran is running out of missiles. They keep saying that Iran is running out of missile launchers. They keep saying that as evidence mounts that the death toll amongst American and Israeli fighters and the total destruction of so much infrastructure, billion-dollar radar installation sets, American bases in all of the surrounding countries, powerful institutions in Israel itself, is eventually becoming imminent. But the big enchilada is that bomber that's on its way. Now, Netanyahu was quite candid today. I mean, to say it was thinly veiled, well, there definitely wasn't a burqa on the implication that he was issuing. He said he had a major surprise coming for the Iranian people, a major surprise which will totally destabilize the country. Well, all of the American newspapers, citing the American intelligence services, say that there is no rift or division in Iran whatsoever. Again, as predicted by me here on the mother of all talk shows with my estimable guests, particularly Professor Marandi, for whose safety we all pray. So just exactly what could totally destabilize the Islamic Republic of Iran, and what could that major surprise be? Well,
you've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure?
I'm here to tell you that major surprise is in the air, on the doomsday bomber flying out of England's green and pleasant land. They are going to drop what they say is a tactical nuclear bomb on the Fordo mountain, which houses the enriched uranium that have not been able to be accessed since the 12-day war. And they're going to send 300 kilograms of highly enriched uranium into the atmosphere. That will cause all the predictable fallout, flash, and nuclear winter across Iran that is evident from anyone who knows anything about nuclear weapons. But guess what? Nuclear fallout, nuclear radiation doesn't know borders. It doesn't read maps. And so what will happen is that the deserts of Arabia will become just that. The fallout, the physical fallout, I'll turn to the political fallout in a minute. The physical fallout of a nuclear bomb dropped by an American airplane, just like the one that they dropped on Japan twice in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, is about to fall on Iran. The devastation will be very considerable. The impact will be considerable. Many thousands of people will die immediately, but over a generation or 2 generations. The impact will be felt across the world, but it will be felt first and foremost in the Arab satrapies who have given Donald Trump and his family so many diamonds and pearls. The impact politically, however, will be even more explosive. Russia will, at that point, in my opinion, nobody told me this, but I've worked it out from multiple conversations in China and in Russia. Russia will take Iran under its nuclear umbrella, meaning that any further use of nuclear weapons on Iran will be treated as a nuclear attack on Russia. Then we really, really, really will be on the brink of World War III. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Lieutenant Colonel Tony Aguilar, retired U.S. soldier and a former hero of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. He blew the whistle on the gangsters who were killing the Palestinian refugees as they queued for food. He later disrupted the American Congress, as many other distinguished soldiers are beginning now to do. Lieutenant Colonel, thanks very much for joining us again. I wonder if you'd give us your considered military view on the state of the war so far before we turn to the political war that must now be going on under the surface, if not over the surface, in Washington itself.
Thank you, George. Thank you for having me on for this very important conversation during this very critical time in not only our nation here in the United States, but also for the world. And to provide my military assessment or my analysis of this is, from serving in the military for 25 years, being in wars on the ground in this region, and being involved in the contingency planning or con plans specifically for a war with Iran. And I can tell you clearly that the United States lost this war from the very first rounds that were fired. The United States did not go in prepared. We did not go in prepared with alliances or a coalition. We did not go in prepared with enough armament. We did not go in prepared with the composition and disposition of troops and assets in the region. We markedly underestimated the opponent, being Iran, not only their direct capability with missiles, ballistic missiles, but especially their drone asymmetric warfare capability. But we also underestimated their resolve and their ability to continue this fight. I think that in the war room, when Donald Trump was laying out his plans for this, he probably had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, saying, "Sir, this is not a good idea. We are low on ammunition. We are low on strategic assets. We're putting 2 carriers in the region. And if you've seen the news lately, now we're putting a 3rd. That's not a sign of winning. We're losing." And but just surrounding him even closer, you had Pete Hegseth, Stephen Miller, Marco Rubio, and others, war hawks, warmongers, telling him to do this, do this, do this. And we went in wholly underprepared. And I think that Trump was told that this would last 2 to 4 days, and then maybe 1 to 2 weeks, maybe 3 to 4 months. Now we're looking at till next Christmas. And I think that we're about to get ourselves involved in a very long, unending war, very similar to Iraq, very similar to Afghanistan, but it's going to be bloodier, and it's going to cost America a lot more than those wars did. And I don't think America, the average American back home here in the United States, because quite frankly, haven't been paying attention, is ready for the consequences to come. This will change the nature of the United States in the global the global position.
Sir, all the signs are, and you've just adumbrated them, but there are more. All the signs are that this was a spasm by Donald Trump, that it was a sudden and impulsive decision. And indeed, Catherine Levitt, his spokesperson, actually said he did it based upon his feelings. So is this just down to the idiosyncrasy, to say the least, of your current president, or does it mark something more meaningful, a fundamental shift in the balance of power in the world, vis-a-vis the global south, vis-a-vis American power?
Well, I think it is both in the fact that this was a spasm of hubris, and that the president of the United States and his inner cabinet felt that we could use overwhelming power, that Israel and the United States would be able to wipe out the entire chain of command and political and military leadership within Iran overnight, and that would be it. Again, sorely underestimated. And now that this underestimation has now been put into real world action with bombs and bullets and aircraft carriers and jets and all the things that go into the reality of war that this president and his cabinet do not understand, it will change the global presence of not only the United States, but also in the region. What I think that Iran has done very strategically in the last 24 to 48 hours, in that they immediately, in their response to not only launching strikes against Tel Aviv, but immediately in their response launched against U.S. bases in the surrounding 16 nations. And I mean from, not just the ones that touch Iran, but the entire region, from Azerbaijan all the way down to Yemen and the Horn, that to send a message that said, if you are going to house U.S. troops and launch missiles at us from these bases, you are a legitimate military target. And by international law, and by every aspect of international law, they are exactly correct. If a nation is housing a belligerent in conflict, such as the United States or Israel, and we are using those bases to conduct intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, counter-fire, missile launches, any of the sort, it makes that location a legitimate military target. So the offer that Iran put on the table to say, hey, we will stop firing missiles and drones into your country if you tell the Americans to leave. From a strategic standpoint, in terms of reshaping the Middle East, that was a 4D chess level move against our president, still trying to figure out how to open the box of checkers.
Yes, and of course, there will be never glad, confident morning again in these 16 countries. They have learned that American military and intelligence presence in their country is not an asset, but a liability. It doesn't protect them. It guarantees them enmity and violence. And the United States hasn't even made an effort to defend the countries that have paid them so much money, hundreds of billions over decades for protection. As some wag pointed out, well, we always paid the Genovese family in New York, but at least when we called on them, they lived up to their responsibilities as a protection racket. But the United States has completely abrogated its responsibilities.
Yes, this sends a message not only to GCC partners in the region that the United States has not only the ethical and moral position to protect, but we also have written agreements, specifically, for example, with Qatar. We have a written military agreement with Qatar that if they're ever attacked by anyone, that we would come to their defense. Well, we didn't when Israel attacked them, and we sure as heck aren't now. And during the opening salvos or the opening hours of this conflict, the United States, rather than using the assets in these places, and remember the assets we keep in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Qatar, our terminal high altitude aerial defense, our THAADs and Patriot missile systems. Instead of defending with this umbrella of protection over these GCC partners that house us, we directed everything to protect Israel. And in doing so, left them wide open, but also left U.S. soldiers on these bases. And a clear example of that is the Tactical Operations Center in the base in Kuwait that was hit directly by a missile. They got no forewarning. There was no siren. There was no alert. They got hit with a missile, no time to get out of the building. And that, so not only is this administration making the deliberate effort to not protect our own soldiers in the region, but not protect the GCC partners that we are located with, that we are considered tenants of in their countries. We directed it all towards Israel, knowing that we did that, and didn't even bother to let these host nations know. That is a betrayal of no other. And it sends a message to the rest of the world that the United States is not a good partner.
You segue nicely to what was my next question, because it turns out they're no longer even able to protect Israel, their number one military base in the region, in the world.
It's over.
They have a whole country which is an American military base called Israel. And Iran is now hitting it at will, without resistance. I've seen the videos. I've seen the ballistics landing with not a trace of anti-missile defense in the sky.
Yes, and a lot of the truth of the news on the ground, the United States, at least back here in the U.S. through legacy media, has put an iron grip on any type of information coming out of what's really happening in the region. Back here in the United States, you have a lot of people think that the Iron Dome is just deflecting everything. No missiles are falling on American bases. All we have are 6 casualties, and this war is going splendid. But the truth is, for anybody that looks past legacy media or actually looks past the headlights of their car to look into what's actually happening, you can see that, yes, Tel Aviv and Israel is being decimated and pummeled with no defense. The Iron Dome has failed. But we also, we don't have the missiles to give them to reconstitute the Iron Dome. Remember, the Iron Dome is not this, and you know this, but for the average listener, the Iron Dome is not some magic umbrella where a missile comes in and it just obliterates. You have to then identify it, track it, and then fire a missile to hit it, sometimes 2 or 3. So not only in the cost per missile in terms of a $12 million interceptor taking out a $30,000 drone, but we don't have any left. And that sends a message to the rest of these countries in the region that Iran is serious about. If you continue to allow the United States to fire from your countries, this is what will happen to you. And they're all looking at Tel Aviv and they're all seeing what's happening. It looks like Gaza.
It does indeed. Now, how would it change things, Lieutenant Colonel, if the Iranian claim, and they've made it at the highest level, that they are now holding 173 U.S. service personnel as prisoners of war from the Delta Force, no less. If that turns out to be the truth, how will that affect the course of the war?
Well, see, this really changes the calculus. And I've seen on open source reporting and local reporting, because, I live a stone's throw away of Fort Bragg, where the Joint Special Operations, Delta Force, the 82nd Airborne Division are all housed and stationed. And, you can see the change in the environment when, the thousands of soldiers that normally live in your town are gone, right? It's a clear indicator. You don't need intelligence to see that. So knowing that they are deployed, knowing that they are there, knowing that we did move forces to the Iraqi border, knowing that I'm sure we have conducted some type of operation. I do not know the veracity in terms of the number of U.S. service members, specifically in special operations, that have been captured or killed. But I do know that there are some, and it's a larger number than what the administration is telling us. Could those potentially be components of Delta Force? Yes. I don't think that it would be 100 from Delta Force, because there's hardly even that many in a squadron. So it would probably be a complement of Delta Force, special forces, intelligence, guys on the ground, probably CIA, probably some component that was going in with Kurdish forces to start some kind of fifth column incursion to the north. And they underestimating the enemy, underestimating the terrain, underestimating the resolve of the Iranian military and the IRGC. So I do believe that there are a handful or a large number of Americans that are killed and or captured, and that will absolutely change the dynamic in the information space, but also politically, because this is going to make the United States look very bad. And we also know that, the United States has not had POWs in large-scale, high-intensity conflict since the Cold War, going back to perhaps Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War, when we had some POWs. That training has since has since become not used as much in terms of how that train. And I know this because I once in my career, I commanded the United States Army Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape course where we teach these things. And though we continue to train it, it has somewhat, it hasn't been, we haven't had to do it. So there's going to be a lot of service members in a lot of risk because this administration, I fear what this administration will not do when it comes to standing up to get their soldiers back. I think that Hegseth, I think that Donald Trump think that the way to get them back or the way to enact revenge would be to send more. We see the 82nd Airborne Division getting ready. The 82nd Airborne Division, remember, is an airborne unit. That means vertical envelopment. That means airborne, like Normandy. Into the terrain in Iran, bad idea. We've gone through these con plans. It will be a failure. But I don't trust this administration, and I absolutely think that they would try it. And it's going to lead to a lot more Americans dead, elite forces within the United States military being dead. And that is going to slap this administration right in the face. And I think Americans are going to really be up in arms about what we're going to start seeing that can't be hidden when it starts coming out through other sources like China, Russia, the United Kingdom, France, Canada, places that aren't necessarily being censored by the American administration.
What did Netanyahu mean today, do you think, when he promised the Iranian people a major surprise, which would totally destabilize their country? And why is the strategic bomber that left England some hours ago headed for the Middle East? Are they really going to drop a nuclear bomb in the Persian Gulf?
I have absolutely no doubt that the United States and or Israel or in a joint operation are going to utilize a tactical nuke. And to paint the picture of that, this isn't the days of World War II where you saw the Enola Gay dropping this bomb and flying away. And I mean, nuclear weapons, especially tactical nuclear weapons, have become much more advanced. The problem with that is that because really when you look at it, Israel and the United States are running out of options. We are running out of missiles. When we run out of interceptor missiles and we have no defense, we're going to start losing aircraft carriers. We're going to start losing destroyers. We're going to start losing more service members in the region. All of our bases have been rendered inoperable, but we still have people there that are shuttered, hiding under bunkers. And when there's no more defense, when the THAADs and the Patriots and all systems are down, it is open season, and Iran will have the absolute upper hand in this. And when you consider that, the United States, Israel, won't have any options left. It's like going into a gunfight with not enough ammunition, but your opponent still has bullets. Well, now you got to either retreat and run away, or you got to start throwing grenades. So in this gunfight, Trump ain't going to retreat, so we're going to start throwing grenades. And so the only option we have in that is the tactical nuke. And here's what I'll say. Last week, off the coast of California, the United States.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is based.
Fired, full capable, one of its Minuteman III Doomsday ICBMs, nuclear-equipped intercontinental ballistic missile from California to the Marshall Islands. Fired it, tested it, and made a big deal about it. Simultaneously, this aircraft that you saw that took off recently, that is the 4 Echo Doomsday plane. But what's also another critical component in that aircraft is what really concerns me is the Echo 4 Charlie Night Watch plane. That plane is the command and control component to where if there's nuclear war and if strategic targets are hit, this aircraft through AI with pre-programmed targets can then execute the mission call it like a dead switch, but it's in a plane. So we not only have this giant nuclear capable 4 Bravo or 4 Echo Doomsday plane, we also have the 4 Charlie Night Watch, which is the complementary command and control aircraft with that bomb-loaded aircraft. So that's what's really concerning. We have not just taken the cover off the old car in the garage. We've filled it up with gas. We've started it up to run, and now that's all that's left is to drive away. And I feel that this administration, especially under the influence of Netanyahu, will utilize a tactical nuclear bomb in the coming days. I fear that greatly, and I think it will happen.
It's almost impossible to believe that we're having this conversation and placing us in such uncharted waters since the end of World War II, at least. But what would the geopolitical implications be to the use of a nuclear weapon against Iran? Pakistan is next door, it's nuclear armed. Iran is allied with both Russia and China, both supremely armed with nuclear weapons. This is not likely to go unanswered. I postulated earlier, because I have a source that told me it, that in those circumstances, Russia would take Iran under its nuclear umbrella. I have no source in China that has opined, but from Russian sources, knowing the importance and significance of this, the taking of Iran under the nuclear umbrella of the Russian Federation might very well happen. And then we really could be on the brink of World War III, couldn't we?
Well, you know, I think if you look at the pretenses and the theatrical trailer to World War I, you know, World War I didn't just everybody got together and boom, Prince Ferdinand was assassinated and World War I started. All of the frictions, the tectonic plates and friction and pressure was already present. That's what's happening. The tectonic plates are hitting, the pressure is building, and one slip brings us into World War III. And I think this will be that slip. And I think when you look at already the alliances in the region, yes, Russia will bring Iran under its nuclear umbrella, as anyone would expect that they would. To think that they wouldn't is just being ignorant. But then you also have Pakistan already involved in now new nuclear agreements or mutual agreements with Saudi Arabia. You obviously have China in the mix that will start to build alliances in the region, and these alliances will start to form. We'll see the Entente, like we did in World War I, and the Axis. So what's really frightening is the way it looks right now is that Axis, the bad guys, the axis of evil in this is the United States and Israel. Well, the Entente is going to be China, Russia, Iran, potentially other nations that in the Gulf Coast that I think will side with that power dynamic, because we are not a good partner, and we are led by a honestly an irrational psycho in the White House. So people are starting to see the tea leaves here, and the United States is not invincible. And you know, I am a patriot, and of course I don't want to see the United States be defeated militarily, and of course I don't want to see American servicemen and Americans die. But I'm also a realist who has been in war for 25 years, and I know that you can wish in one hand and defecate in the other and see which fills up first. And this administration is just wishing, and it is a bad strategy. And it's frightening, because I can see anyone that takes a hard look at this with an unbiased, objective look can see what's going to happen. And we are on the wrong side of it. And, you know, I think looking at, you know, the U.S. commander of Central Command, a 4-star general, Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, recently asked for a third carrier strike group. So now we've got the USS Bush. That's ironic, right? We're taking the USS Bush into the fight in the Persian Gulf. So now we're going to have the Bush, the Ford, and the Lincoln. And we have no other aircraft carrier to cover down. So the one that's sitting at port in Newport News, Virginia, isn't even ready. It's not even finished yet. and we're shipping it out to cover the Caribbean and part of the Indo-PACOM. We are in a bad situation, and it is because this administration took us into a war that we were not prepared for, that we shouldn't be fighting anyway. And that if you look at it, you know, I am a just war theorist. I think that if you're going to go to war and you're going to start killing people and you're going to start putting blood, treasure, and assets and put the world in flame, that you should be doing it justly. And in just war theory, it's, you know, it should always be a last resort. There should be a just cause. There should be valid authority. There should be a probable solution or a probability of success. It should be proportional. There should be an exit strategy. None of those exist in this conflict. And that's because this administration dragged us into it. And it's shameful.
Finally, and I'm grateful for your time as always, sir. The market's open in the morning. It's likely the stock market will crash everywhere. Gas prices, petrol prices, we call them, are already $5 plus, when only days ago Trump was boasting that they were headed for half of that. And the impact of the oil and gas shortage hasn't even begun to bite. Britain has 2 days of natural gas in storage, and thereafter we'll have to buy at top dollar prices in Europe. And it's still winter and cold. This week is going to be an economic Armageddon. Might that force a change of direction from American politicians, if not from Trump? Mightn't it bring Vance onto the field? Mightn't it bring Gabbard onto the field? Anybody really that wants to win the next election.
It's going to shake up politics here in the United States, obviously. I think from the perspective of the average American and the American voter, they're tired of both the Democrat and the Republican Party. They're two sides of the same coin. They're just as bad, just in their own ways. But to the market's point, yeah, the price of fuel has already gone up going into this weekend. It will go up again drastically on Monday. But let's not forget, not everyone, but a lot of people keep saying, well, why isn't China doing anything? Why isn't China doing anything? China is doing a lot, but China plays the long game. Not only does China have direct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance ships in the region, basically saying, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, touch me, and we're going to war. And we can't do a thing about it. And they are feeding Iran exquisite intel that we can do nothing about. So there's that. But then China also overnight, going Friday before the markets closed, dumped, I think it was about 40 billion from their holding on US stock. So yeah, Monday is going to be a wake-up call. And I think in DC, you're going to see politicians jumping ship. And what I say is that what I've told a lot of these politicians in DC in my visits over the last 8 months going up there every week is, oh, you're going to jump the ship, and I'm taking names. And that lifeboat you're in, you're going to be held accountable.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere.
They are saying more and more that they are firm in their war objectives. The United States overnight ramped up operations and had some just withering and devastating attacks on Tehran specifically and other places in Iran, as President Trump warned in a Truth Social yesterday. He was good on his word on that, as there were some tremendous fires at the airport in Tehran. Other oil facilities were hit inside the capital city. There were, you may have seen some of these images, literally channels of rolling oil on fire going down the gutter in some of the streets of Tehran. Just an apocalyptic scenes. It was just terrible. A water desalination plant was struck. Listen, that's problematic on its own, because that could be a war crime in and of itself, because that's a complete civilian strike. It has nothing to do with any military facilities. It doesn't have anything to do with war aims. It appears just aimed at causing life to be difficult for the civilians. Everything is chaotic in war. We'll have to wait and see what the information says and what investigations continue to show. But the problem is, this is something that's going to be a tit for tat. So by striking these kinds of targets in Iran, there is news out just this morning that Tehran is returning the favor. And I think it was Bahrain, where there's some reports that one of their desalination plants has been hit by an Iranian drone. And listen, this is not, especially you don't want to expand this war in these categories. Actually, somebody just forwarded me literally just minutes ago this graphic that shows that attacking desalination plants is not a front the U.S. wants to open. Horrible strategic decision. Iran is 3% dependent on desalination. U.S. allies in the region, somewhere between 40 and 90%. So I know Saudi Arabia is one of those in particular that is very dependent upon desalination. And if you get into a desalination plant war, our allies are going to come out on the worst end of this if it goes to it. And now you start talking about hitting oil infrastructure and harming the Iranian ability to generate any revenue. I understand that's something that Lindsey Graham had been begging for many months for President Trump to do. Now it looks like he's given in to that demand as well. But that has probably very ominous warnings for our regional allies, because it seems pretty reasonable that if Iran is going to have its oil infrastructure hit, its reprocessing plants, its pumping stations, et cetera, that they're probably going to return the favor. So far, all we see is everything getting doubled down by both sides and everybody digging in their heels. Well, listen, I told you before, we talked about a couple of days ago that President Trump had issued a Truth Social that says he demands unconditional surrender from Iran. And I told you that the initial declaration of that, I said that automatically means that you're setting up a standard that makes it nearly impossible without a ground force to accomplish, because otherwise, if you don't have a force to go in there, you can't compel compliance with that, and there's no reason for them to succeed. Therefore, your ability to win the war on the terms you have set becomes nearly impossible. All they have to do is not surrender and remain viable and to continue to fire weapons at some sustained rate over a period of time. And then it's a war of attrition and war of wills to see who can outlast the other. And if you set this really high standard, that makes it a lot more difficult for us. Well, last night on Air Force One, President Trump was asked about that very issue. What do you mean by unconditional surrender?
Can you give us an idea of what unconditional surrender looks like to you? I mean, what do you want from Iran?
I said unconditional, not conditional. I said unconditional. It's where they cry uncle, or when they can't fight any longer and there's nobody around to cry uncle. That could happen too, because we've wiped out their leadership numerous times already. So it's if they surrender, or if there is nobody around to surrender, but they're rendered useless in terms of military.
If you can't catch your breath and treatments aren't working, you have mucus plugs, dense blockages suffocating your airways like corks in a bottle. Here's the only way to.
Listen, I know President Trump loves to sound tough and he loves to be threatening. I get it. But you have to look at what does that equal? Can you kill it's a country of 90 million people. So do you think that you have already killed a number of senior leaders in the opening hours of this conflict? But now then you see the country spread out. Now I want to say I think it's somewhere around 20 something independent military districts that the country, this massive country 4 times the size of Iraq, is spread out into. Are you going to destroy all 27? Because if you're going to compel compliance and then force them into unconditional surrender by killing everybody, I mean, you understand that without nuclear weapons, you just can't meet that standard. With our conventional force, because Iran is so spread out and so much of their facilities are underground, in every region, they have their own underground facilities. Some reports say that some of these facilities haven't even been used yet. These images where you have missiles firing seemingly out of the dirt, those are some, but apparently there's many others that are still waiting to be used. So if you start knocking some of these out, others will step up, because Iran has a plan, a resourced plan to stretch this out. So they have a sustained rate of fire that they're going to do, and they're not going to fire from everything from all over the place at once to give away their hand. So if you take one out, like that one Gary showed you a couple of days ago, at least what it appears to be one of the sides of a mountain just blowing up. So apparently they got one of them, but they're not going to show their hand to show where all of them are to make it easier for the United States and Israel to go after. So you can imagine that when you take that one out, then there'll be another one that's going to pop up, and it's going to start firing someplace. But in any case, Iran clearly has throughout this whole country all kinds of ability, just like the Ukrainian side has after 4 years of war, of unremitted disaster and fire from the Russian side. It's just withering fire. It's just constant. And for the last year or so, it's like every other day practically. These huge rounds of missiles and drones causing incredible damage. But Ukraine is a big country, so it can't be concentrated in any one specific part. We have the same situation here. Iran is a big country. It's got 90 million people, and the terrain is much more difficult for us going against Iran than it is for Russia going against Ukraine. They have a lot of mountainous areas. They have some forests, and that presents one level of difficulty. But a mountainous area presents additional and more difficult constraints on the offensive, on the attacking side. So our task is much, much more difficult. So the question's got to be, what are you going to do? Do you think you can bomb it? Because I'm telling you, if you don't go nuclear, despite all the brags that we have all the weapons in the world and all the ammunition we need, that's not true. It's definitely not true. We're already running low. I've told you before, we're a lot of our THAAD interceptors, half of them are offline already. Many of our Patriot batteries have been destroyed. Thousands of interceptor missiles have been expended so far, and we just don't have a pipeline that can replace them. There's already information that we're trying to take some out of our allies in Asia, probably in Europe as well. That'll make a lot of people very angry, and we'll see how that works out. But you see, we're trying to pull it in from everywhere. We have the George W. Bush is being called into duty. Now we're sending a third aircraft carrier. And even if you have all that additional air power, it's the issue of the munitions that matters more than the number of airframes. It matters how many bombs that you have. And you just can't bomb a country the size of Iran into capitulation. I mean, it's been tried so many times, unsuccessfully, nearly everywhere.
Revolutionary salute to our family. Is Snoop 333 for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a weird life. Said, thought the protocols designed were just forgery? No. Why is it playing out exactly how it was written? Salute to Court, love you, one of OGs. Salute to you in Brooklyn. Salute to Brooklyn. Revolution is real life. It absolutely is not. It's real life, and real life is playing out right now, and the revolution is televised. Absolutely appreciate the little soldier salute. This is serious business, family.
Everywhere, but especially a civilization that has a 3,000-year history. These people will fight to the death. I mean, they're showing that they will. Shia Islam itself is built in large measure on sacrifice and suffering. So the idea that you're going to go in and now throw a few bombs and that they're going to give up after 8 days is just unrealistic, or 8 weeks, or probably 8 months, and maybe even 8 years. Oh, by the way, they fought one that long. And they never gave up. I don't know why we think somehow it's going to be different. And you've probably seen that this report in the Washington Post that came out yesterday said that Trump was warned about this very thing, that a large-scale war was unlikely to oust Iran's regime. So Trump knew ahead of time. This is before Trump gave the war, the order to start it. He knew it was going to be difficult, but he ordered it anyway. Now we're stuck. So where do you go from here? If you can't bomb them into oblivion, if you keep trying that, and all of a sudden, and there's going to come a point where he's going to see the inventory, his generals are going to finally tell him, sir, we can't go below this level, whatever that number is. Otherwise, we literally become vulnerable everywhere in the world. All of our vast series of bases that's somewhere between 700 plus all over the world, and our operations in Asia, even in our hemisphere, in Europe, etc., all over the place, plus the Middle East. We don't have enough missiles and stuff to go around to fight anything anywhere else. And if you start going so far in this one area here, it's going to come at the expense of everywhere else, and we're going to be really vulnerable. And who knows, somebody could test us. And it's a job of the military to make sure that we don't get below that red line, whatever it is. Well, you're moving so fast and you're spending so much ordnance right now, you're getting closer to that red line by the day. So that means Trump is going to be faced with doing one of three things as I see it. One, he's going to say, we're just going to use an easy one here. We're going to go nuclear weapons. God help us if we do that, but you can't eliminate that as a possibility. Number two is that he's going to say, well, this is just not going to work. So I'm just going to come up with whatever kind of mental gymnastics I can to come up and verbal gymnastics and say, yes, we succeeded and we did all this stuff. And so we declared victory and moving on. That's two. That's probably the most likely, the one I hope anyway, the most. And then number three is we may escalate further and go in on the ground.
What are the circumstances where you sending ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, that's, I don't think it's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground.
He wish.
You love building high-performing websites, but you don't love having the...
I'm sorry, Ed, but I have to say that. He said, that's a dumb question. I'm not going to answer it. And then he answers it. But you see, he's even contemplating. But listen, let me just say whatever he may be thinking in his mind that he's contemplating it. Look, other than some kind of limited objective, like former Commodore Steve Jeremy texted me this morning and said that he said one potential possibility, there's been some word that maybe the 82nd Airborne has been alerted. He goes, that obviously you're not going to invade anything with a light infantry in it, but you could say we're going to seize certain targets maybe on the coast of Iran or something like that. That's feasible. It's foolish because how would you sustain that over time? And what would you accomplish by having limited objectives that a light infantry force like that could seize periodically, and then they would become a target, just like when Ukraine went into Kursk. And this foolish thing, they had some success in there, but it was a dead man walking from the beginning. And sure enough, Russia just slowly sealed it off. And the same thing would happen to us if we did. We can't sustain that over so much period of time. And how would you even do it? The cost would be astronomical and the casualties would be huge. So hopefully he's not thinking about that. But there's no path to saying we're going to do a 2003 Iraq war invasion or 1991 Desert Storm. Those troops just don't exist. You understand that? We don't even have that number of troops anymore. They don't exist on the total active forces. That unless you're going to totally mobilize and bring all of the National Guard on board, and then you're going to get Keir Starmer and some others to say, hey, give us all your troops, all your deployable troops, France, Germany, it's time for you guys to pony up and whatever. I doubt they would do it, but that would be required if you even want to have a viable opportunity here, because the Iranian side does have formidable ground forces for defense, and the terrain absolutely prioritizes and aids the defender. So it would be astronomically expensive in terms of manpower and losses we would suffer to do something that probably wouldn't succeed. Let's hope he doesn't do that. Do you see what I'm saying here? There are three options here. They're all bad. One is least bad than the others, and that is doing your verbal gymnastics to just claim victory and move on. I think that's the most likely and the one I hope he gets, but I have some concerns about it. Even especially, in fact, talking about diplomacy, we don't have a real good track record in this environment here, and there is so much arrogance involved with this. Watch this, because Steve Witkoff was on board this, and they were asked about the status of diplomacy.
I think that's going to be up to the president. That's what I think. But they didn't seem to be very amenable in those first set of negotiations. You heard what I said. They said we have the inalienable right to enrich. They bragged about having 60% enriched fuel, enough for 11 bombs. And they told me and Jared, we're not going to give you diplomatically what you couldn't take militarily. So, I think they're going to need a change of attitude.
What sort of thing do you want to see in a deal? I mean, do you think you have maximum negotiating leverage at this point?
I think the president has proved that we have.
Iran today accused the U.S. of getting
negotiating leverage, maybe maximum, but we're not looking to settle. They'd like to settle. We're not looking to settle.
Okay, that's really not helpful. We're not looking to settle. They're looking to settle. So what he just did there, if of the three bad options I told you that we have, the one that's the least offensive, he just made even more difficult. Because now he's saying, we're not going to do that. We're not even looking to settle. So that means he's now pushed it off. So that means more people are going to keep dying. More things are going to continue to keep getting blown up. More of our inventory, our missile inventory, offensive and defensive, is going to continue to go down. More targets are going to get hit in the Middle East. Our allies are going to continue to suffer. Our troops are going to continue to suffer. And Israelis are going to continue to suffer because you're going to keep the bombing going on there. And there's no attainable objective here. This idea that you're going to force unconditional surrender, that is not an attainable military objective, friends. It's just not. There's no path. And I get it. Rhetoric all over the place. People I still keep seeing on Western media, especially here in America, and they're just beating their chest, talking about how great it is and how they're mocking the Iranian side. And they show all these images of tremendous devastation in Iran. And that's a fact. There is. It's just terrifying. It's terrible. It's much worse for Iran so far than it is for us and our allies. That doesn't matter in terms of a war. I mean, have you ever looked at the history of the Vietnam War, for example? I mean, what happened there was just the amount of devastation and destruction and the number of people we killed against Vietnam, the North Vietnamese at the time, was just off the charts crazy. Way more than we lost. Way more than we lost. And it didn't matter because they were fighting an existential struggle and there's no price they wouldn't pay. And they did. Look at the Taliban, 20 years. We just completely devastated, initially wiped them out in the 2001, 2002. They were completely destroyed as an entity. They didn't even exist. What survivors there were just melted into the population until they were able to recover and rebuild over time, and then spent the next, whatever it was, 18, 17 years until they pushed us out because their political will was higher than what ours was from a distance. This will be no different. All of the fundamentals are in place for us to suffer a strategic loss, no matter how many bombs we drop. This is not hard to figure out. That's why that intelligence report, I haven't seen it, but logically, that's what the things talk about. That's why they say it was unlikely to succeed. And now that it's playing out that way, and yet Trump continues to go forward. And listen, we're talking about the diplomacy here, and you heard what our negotiator Kushner was saying. Well, let's look at what the Iranian side is saying. So here is Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi for Iranian side, and he's saying, this is also last night, so the same day that Trump made his comments along with Witkoff. He said, President Pezeshkian expressed openness to de-escalation within our region, provided that our neighbors' airspace, territory, waters are not used to attack Iranian people. Gesture to our neighbors was almost immediately killed by President Trump. And then he's posted this statement. I want to read a part of it. He said, President Pezeshkian's openness to de-escalation within our region, provided that our neighbors' airspace, territory, and waters were not used to attack the people, was almost immediately killed by President Trump's misinterpretation of our capabilities, determination, and intent. If Mr. Trump seeks escalation, it is precisely what our powerful armed forces have long been prepared for and what he will get. Responsible for any intensification of Iran's exercise of self-defense will lie squarely with the U.S. administration. So what you see there is this, he's saying, listen, we're ready to go forward. And I think we should believe them because they were signaling a lot of this stuff beforehand. And because of what happened in 2025, where we had been through 5 rounds of negotiations, had the 6th round planned, and then we attacked, and then this time there were 3 rounds, and then the 4th one was planned, and then we attacked again. Obviously, they didn't believe us this time. They were doing everything they could diplomacy, but only a fool would not believe that there was really no chance. It was self-evident, and they certainly recognized that. So they had been preparing since 2025 for this outcome right here. And in large measure, they've been preparing for decades before, building all these missile cities scattered throughout the country. They had resource plans. They have enough of these weapons, enough of these ammunition scattered throughout their country so that it could survive this kind of thing. They never wanted to do it. They always used every diplomatic means they could to get rid of it. But now they recognize how difficult the situation is for the United States. So they know that President Trump's penchant is for something quick, clean, hard, and fast, and out. And so they're going to do everything they can to make sure he doesn't get it. So they seem to be following a similar path that the North Vietnamese did. We're going to endure this tremendous bombing. And remember, we had air supremacy in for many parts of the Vietnam War. We could bomb their logistics lines. We could bomb their cities. We had, of course, at that time, we had ground troops. And still, with all of that, we weren't able to win. And now then, the Iranian side sees that they have the same task before them. They're just going to bleed us dry, and they'll cause as many casualties as they can. God help us if we put troops and make it even easier on the ground for them. But they are going to fight for the purpose of continuing to have this constant bleed of resources, cause us to have to send all these bombs, burn up all these hours in our planes, and it's going to be increasingly difficult to keep up this space of operations. It's impossible, actually. It's going to have to slow down. We don't have the resources to do it, because when you start using our planes this much, you start getting into the maintenance issues where I think we had on our show here a former F-16 combat pilot, and he said you need like 8 or 9 hours of maintenance for every 1 hour in the air. So you can't maintain this space. You can have a surge period where you can go on a bunch of missions back and forth, but then you have to get into sustained rate, and you have to have sustained maintenance, which means you don't have that many platforms to go on. So we're going to have a reduction in our volume of fire coming up shortly, if we're not already there, and the Iranian side is going to have to maintain it. You see all this stuff, everything is set up for this to go a long time and for us to fail, strategically fail. It doesn't make any difference how much firepower we have, what the advantage is on our side, because the conditions for success are different. Like in the Russia-Ukraine war, it's not, there's some similarities, but there's also some big differences in that there's ground forces involved here, and there's one side that can physically conquer the other. And so the Russian side, from a position of superiority, can continue to move, and over time can cause the collapse of the defensive capability and eventually conquer the physical territory after defeating and destroying the armed forces to some certain level, and then they can win that. We don't have that possibility here because we don't have the troops. So there's no ground force at all. So you can't outlast them and then go and conquer the territory. We don't have enough in our entire inventory. We would have to literally go on a draft and get millions, plural, of people put into the armed force and then impale them into this to even have a theoretical possibility of winning. And of course, politically, we could never do that. So therefore, there is no path to a success, a strategic victory for the United States, regardless of how much air power we have. So important to understand that. The Iranians apparently recognize that, and they are prepared to sacrifice and to pay a big price to be able to get this, to have any chance for a future. We're not prepared to do that. And politically, I mean, this is already starting to fray at the edges from Trump's supporters. 8 days in, believe me, the Iranians are paying a lot of attention to this, and that's why I think Abbas Araghchi is saying, hey, we're going to continue on and we're going to be able to outlast you. That's got to be their strategy, and that has a much better chance of success than ours does, even from a position of military inferiority. Well, there's one other thing I want to talk to you about today, because our position has been made more difficult. And it actually helps Iran in that position, because in addition to outlasting us, they also want to, there's going to be the fight in the information realm. Well, one of the first strikes that we had was the one that you may have seen hit the children in the school. I mean, one of the very first, right off the top of the bat. There has been a lot of information coming out that now we know that it was, in fact, we was wondering whether it was an American or an Israeli strike that hit it. Well, now then, according to CNN, we know that it was us.
Our analysis, which is based on satellite imagery, geolocated videos, and the assessment of munitions experts, suggests that the school was hit around the same time that an attack that American forces had launched on a neighboring Iranian naval base. This new satellite image shows several Revolutionary Guard buildings near the all-girls school. You can see how close they are. In red, you can see the craters at the center of the structures, including the school, and what experts say look like precision strikes.
And so that's what you have there. And that's now then we know, and certainly CNN is not the only one reporting this. It's all over Western media. This is not Iranian propaganda. These are American analysis. And for the longest time, there was no comment from the United States, only that we're investigating. So there wasn't even denials. Well, last night, President Trump made another unforced error. This is not going to play well. And so he was asked that question in that same Air Force One meeting there. And instead of taking any responsibility for it, instead of saying, hey, we're doing an investigation, initial inquiry looks like that it was a mistake, we're getting whatever he would want to say, whatever actually happened, we're going to make sure it doesn't happen again. Instead of doing that and putting the big thing to bed, he said this.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hickson? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still
But
investigating.
the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran. Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
Come on, man. Again, don't treat people like we're stupid. Iran fired on itself in the opening salvos deep inside of its own country. I mean, that defies any kind of common sense and logic. If both sides are firing in an area, let's say that there's one of the similar issue in Ukraine and Russia around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. There's two sides that are fighting by there, and there's some shots that got hit earlier in the war on one of the facilities of a nuclear power plant, and both sides are blaming the other. No, he did it. No, they did it. It was them. They actually fired this. It was a mistake. Well, there's plausibility. It could have been either way because the forces are in close proximity. So both sides are firing at each other, and one side could have missed, or one side could have tried to cause a nuclear catastrophe or whatever for their advantages. So it was plausible. Not here. Iran wasn't firing any missiles around here. This is not even one of those cases like did happen sometimes in Kiev, to where the Russians were firing some things and the Kiev side was firing air defense missiles. Some of them missed. It ended up falling on other parts of the city. Those create a different kind of attack. You saw in that CNN where they showed the satellite imagery that it was a bunch of schools. It was pinpoint targeted. Who's good at pinpoint target? According to President Trump, we are. So the idea that it's even his denial is illogical at face value. On the one hand, he says, well, they're not very precise. You know, they're really bad. And then on the other hand, there's the physical evidence of the satellite imagery. It shows very precise targets. It wasn't just a general strike that hit somewhere near it. It was pinpoint strikes.
Five coders ready to build more? Meet Base 44.
This is not going to go over well. So if you're not going to take responsibility for it, and it's obvious that it was not the Iranian side that fired on themselves in the opening round, there's no logic to it. And if you say, oh, well, they did it to themselves to generate sympathy so they could attack, not in the opening round. No one's going to be thinking about that at the time. This was a surprise attack, remember? They're not going to be prepared to kill their kids on day one when their Ayatollah was meeting in a bit because they thought they weren't going to get attacked. You know, remember that? The people talked about how foolish that was, and indeed it was, that he had a meeting with his top leaders in an above-ground building that everybody knew was going to be targeted. I mean, that was a bad decision on their part. They're not going to then do something kind of foolish like that out of omission and then have an active commission here that says, all right, as soon as the strikes start, we got this missiles and we're going to hit here. I mean, that is just illogical and irrational to say. And that is looking to put blame somewhere where it doesn't belong, and it refuses to take any responsibility. People around the world understand that. When you're fighting a war like this, the information space is just as important as the actual battlefield, because ultimately the war will not be won because one side has a military conquest of the other. It's going to be won because one side outlasts the other's political will. And if the Iranian side has a stronger will and doesn't give up, and you can't compel compliance on that, and then the media and the public opinion around the world and in the United States starts to turn against the United States, you can't maintain. Then it doesn't even matter how much military advantage you have. If it's costing you diplomatically and politically, and therefore potentially economically, then you're going to be forced to comply. And you're going to have to change course and do something different. That's what war is all about. That's how this one's playing out right now. So This is something we need to keep an eye on here. But right now, day 8, no matter how much firepower advantage we have, it's not looking good for our side. We're not doing the kind of things that should lead to a successful accomplishment. We have military unattainable objectives, and all we're doing is just throwing a bunch of ordnance around, blowing up a bunch of stuff, escalating it to other places. And I'm going to be watching here in the next day or two. Does Iran start hitting more desalination plants at our allies in the region? Do they hit more oil infrastructure in our allies in the region? And how about the that issue with the Strait of Hormuz? Are we doing anything to get that open up? If the answer is no to that,
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another live stream, and thank you so much for tuning in to another show. Iran conducted its 29th wave of attacks, and there are videos coming from Israel about the scale and level of damage that these missiles are doing there, with the largest reported as well attack coming from Hezbollah today, with again more videos coming from that side. A very important declaration coming from Iran about the fact that they chose a new supreme leader, and it's the son of the late martyr Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And additional people in Iran are saying that a decision has been made now, and they told the resistance movements to prepare to take over Palestine, because a decision has been made to liberate Palestine and go all out. The length of the war, how long it's going to take, despite all of the talks coming from certain figures that they're trying to de-escalate and anything, clearly a decision has been made inside of Iran. We're going to talk all about this in this live stream, alongside the most relevant recent updates in the region. First and foremost, Iran elected a new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of Ali Khamenei. Everyone agreed. Everyone agreed that this man should lead the country. They had very thorough meetings, but it was an all-out decision. Everyone agreed he is going to be the supreme leader. How is that going to affect everything? Well, you can take it as it is, that they killed his father. So the person leading a country is a man who lost his father. It says it all. Imagine someone kills your dad, and then the IRGC and the government tell you, you're going to lead the country now. Of course, that doesn't mean everything is going to be filled with only vengeance and what have you. But that's going to play a very big role. This genocidal coalition from the Epstein regime and the Zionist state, they killed his father. They assassinated him and his grandchildren and his family members, and they attacked his country, and now he is the leader of Iran. That says it all. That says it all. So, although of course there are going to be many calculations, Iran, like we said many times, is a country based on institutions, and it's not like the decision is held by one person. The supreme leader is the spiritual leader. However, he does have heavy political power, and that indicates where things are going to. They are continuing the path of the previous supreme leader, And Israel and the United States are going to be paying a very, very, very heavy price. And we saw that today. We saw that today coming from the 29th wave of the attacks against Israel, the IRGC.
In the days when the world turns its heart towards sacrifice, too many people are left with nothing to sacrifice because they have nothing to eat. The Prophet ﷺ
published a couple of videos. By the way, that's Mujtaba Khamenei too. He knows how to hold guns and rifles. So yeah, good luck on Israel and the United States. And Trump, of course, says that he wants to kill every new leader, you know, and the leader needs to be chosen by him. Yeah. You know, you're going to target him. If you're going to, you know what it showed? It showed that anytime they target someone, someone fiercer comes up. As in, they did that with the Palestinian resistance. They did that with the Lebanese resistance. They did that with so many sides. And all that it has proven is that these leaders' blood feeds more resistance against them. That's why we say that we don't really say that these people are bloodthirsty monsters for no reason. It is really bloodlust. Oh, we're going to eliminate them. We're going to kill them. And Israel is saying, no, yeah, we're going to kill as many as possible. Kill. That's what they're good at. And with war, I mean, if anyone read Sun Tzu's The Art of War, that is taught in you know, military academies, and many people quote that book. What is the best war? A war that isn't fought, isn't it? What does that mean? Achieving your objectives without fighting. But these people are bloodthirsty monsters, and they just want chaos 24/7. They want to kill, they want to target, they want to eliminate, and what have you. Now, Iran began its 29th wave. Have a look.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot.
So that was the 29th wave coming from Iran. They conducted another wave of attacks with targets. The targets being objectives, according to reports, in Tel Aviv, the Negev Desert, the US terrorist base in the region, under the code base Ya Ali ibn Abi Talib. And they used, of course, some of their next-gen missiles, according to some reports. They didn't specify what missiles. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that the official statement in relation to the 29th wave was released so far. But they did it, and they had, there was a lot of damage inside of Israel. And of course, the videos will be coming soon about these attacks, most likely. However, in the meantime, there were videos being published about the scale of damage that the 28th wave caused inside of Israel. Have a look at this. Substantial damage that is in the southern Bi'r al-Saba', the occupied area, and Iran said again that they used the Khaybar Shakan in their 28th wave in a clear signal here. Okay, let's clarify things a little bit here for the people who are, you know, aren't really into the technical details, because the United States, part of its objective, said that Marco Rubio said that they intend to get rid of all of Iran's short-range missiles. Now, we know very well that the United States isn't really sure about its own statements. I mean, conflicting statements 24/7. We want to get rid of their short-range missiles. Israel is saying we want to get rid of everything. You know, we need to attack their energy sector, and we're going to get to the energy sector and the conflict that made internally in Israel. We need to get rid of all of the missiles, all of the nuclear program, everything, every single PowerPoint that Iran has. And the United States has been boasting, Israel was boasting, saying that we destroyed 60% of their missiles, as if they have access to their arsenal, by the way, that's under the ground. You know? No missile can reach it. That's the thing. This is the funny thing here. No missile that exists can reach Iran's missiles under the ground. The longer, the toughest, the heaviest bunker buster that the US has, the GBU-57, can reach up to 60 meters under the ground. Now imagine Iran, a mountainous area. Again, geography doesn't help here. We saw that in Afghanistan. The Americans saw it in Vietnam too. What, you know, mountains and tunnels under mountains. I mean, you make the calculation. If the mountain is 100 or 200 meters long and the Iranians dug a tunnel with just 100 or 200 meters under the ground. Well, what are they going to do? And a network of them that can fit fighter jets and trucks and buses and equipment, and they're self-sufficient, by the way, with food. They prepared everything, medical equipment, what have you. But that's what the American and Israeli side is saying. What Iran is proving now is how much of a huge lie that is, that they're targeting their capacities. Iran is still targeting Israel from West Iran, the area that is subject to the majority of the attacks. Of course, there are attacks in other locations and regions. They're still attacking from those areas, which indicates that there is no air superiority here. There are no decisive attacks. 9 days into this war that Donald Trump said initially can be a day or two, and then a week or a few weeks, then I don't know, all of a sudden we'll get to the length in a sec. And that length is dictated by Iran, by the way. Now they're facing this embarrassment coming from Iran with these levels of intense attacks. All of that indicates that Iran is exceptionally capable, and they will be continuing to be capable for a very, very long time. We're not talking just about a short-term war here. We're talking about a very, very long preparation for a war. And now we've had more revelations about this length, and we'll get to that in a sec. However, before that, let's see what Hezbollah is doing. You know, Hezbollah is a participant in this. And by the way, also after the election of Mujtaba Khamenei in Iran, people were across the streets in Iran celebrating all of these attacks, all of the attacks, of course, of the IRGC and the election of the new supreme leader. But let's talk slightly about the Lebanese resistance, because the Lebanese resistance is opening an all-out front. There were reports today that the attacks reached approximately 400. But let's listen to their statements and watch a couple of their videos that they published today in relation to their attacks. Firstly, that was the attack that Hezbollah published today.
They did. They trying to invade Lebanon, man. Hezbollah and tell them people ass to.
So that was the Lebanese resistance publishing an attack that they conducted 2 days ago in a location where Israelis were monitoring or planning an operation. And as we can see from that video, they're no longer with us, these people, no longer on the face of the earth after this attack. And they were trying to be rescued by, or get the remainders of them, whatever was remaining from them, following their genocidal colleagues. So the Lebanese resistance that came from them, alongside severe attacks coming from them, according to a recent confirmation from them just a couple of hours ago, Lebanese resistance said that in response to the criminal Israeli aggression that targeted dozens of Lebanese cities and towns, including the southern suburbs of Beirut, the Islamic resistance fighters launched a series of precise attacks on enemy positions inside the occupied territories and along the Lebanese-Palestinian border. A statement issued by the resistance explained that the operations began at 1:30 a.m. on Sunday, the 8th of March, with the targeting of the city of Nahariya with missiles, followed at 1:45 by targeting the Branit barracks, the HQ of the 91st Division, with a missile salvo. They also targeted the city of Kiryat Shmona at 6:30 a.m. with a squadron of attack drones, and again during the day at 8:40. And that attack on Kiryat Shmona led to a complete electricity shutdown. It could be that they actually did target a power grid in that area, and that could be linked to Israel targeting now the Iranian infrastructure that some people are criticizing within Israel. Apparently wasn't even coordinated with the US, because according to some voices on the Zionist and the Epstein regime side, this might actually affect how Iranians view this, especially the Iranians that would be opposing or potentially opposing the government in Iran. They also said that they targeted again at 8:40 and then a third time at 12 p.m. So breakfast, lunch, and then later dinner. The Haifa naval base was targeted at 12 p.m. with a barrage of precision missiles, and the Misgav logistics base at 1:35. So there's some snack time too, not just the main meals. Later, Kiryat Shmone was targeted for the second time at 5:55. So they were served dinner clearly there. On the border front, resistance fighters repelled attempts by Israeli occupation forces and vehicles to advance towards the town of Aitarun on Saturday evening. So they're still trying. I'm not sure. They're on a suicide mission, the Israelis. But hey, Netanyahu is sending the Israelis to the front lines. Trump is sending the Americans to the front lines, and their children are cozying up and being happy. Send Barron was trending. Is it still trending on social media? On Saturday evening, March 7th, 26, at 10:30 p.m., direct clashes erupted involving machine guns and rocket-propelled grenades, resulting to confirmed casualties. Fighting continued to early hours of Sunday, March 8th, starting at 3 a.m. with another enemy advance attempt. The enemy troop concentrations and vehicles were targeted at the Malikiya and Qaba Heights positions opposite the town of Merkaba with guided missiles and precision rocket barrages, achieving direct hits. At 1 p.m. on Sunday, resistance fighters targeted a gathering of enemy soldiers and vehicles at the Marsh site opposite the town of Merkaba with a squadron of attack drones, and at 5, they shot down Israeli Hermes 450 drone in the skies of Wadi al-Saluqi in southern Lebanon using appropriate weapons. That was from the military media of Hezbollah. So we can see a pattern of Hezbollah, a pattern of escalation, a pattern of intensification, a complete coordination, clearly a decentralized attack with multiple locations acting in complete coordination without any Israeli penetration whatsoever, conducting attacks effectively, and Israel is unable to thwart any of these attacks. They're struggling to intercept some of the missiles that are coming to. We can see more activity, by the way, from the Iron Dome in relation to Hezbollah, particularly because the system was built against the Hezbollah. However, many of the missiles are infiltrating the Iron Dome. And in comparison to the missiles that Iran has, Hezbollah is draining them with, of course, much cheaper missiles that they manufacture, they produce too. So, in essence here, two fronts open, Israel failing miserably, unable to conduct any sort of attacks inside of Lebanon properly, and Hezbollah is thwarting all of these attacks coming from Israel, despite having over a year and a half of a ceasefire. And but that clearly didn't affect anything. That clearly didn't affect anything and didn't affect anyone in the Lebanese resistance, despite all of the, Israeli statements.
I've used the standard Bluetooth tablets before, and they work great. They were great, but
in relation to this. Now, the parliament speaker of Iran, Qalibaf, he had an interview recently during which he stated that Tehran is not seeking a ceasefire, is instead focusing on delivering a decisive punishment to the aggressor, referring to Israel and the US. Qalibaf said that Israel has sustained itself for decades through continuous war and deceptive negotiations. He charged Israel with effectively dictating policy to Washington, saying the country now is imposing an Israel-first agenda on President Trump. Qalibaf said that Israel's ultimate goal is full dominance over the region and Iran, adding that the dream of controlling this land will never be realized. That's in a recent interview that he had in Iranian media, speaking about the prospects of a ceasefire, the prospects of reaching some sort of a deal, and the attempts to de-escalate coming from some parts, some elements in the region. Now, who is looking to de-escalate? The ones who would be looking to de-escalate primarily are the Arab states in the Gulf. These are countries that didn't want any part of this, but they misjudged the level of danger that the American bases in the Arab states pose to them directly, because they are hostile terror hubs used against innocent civilians, used to conduct acts of terror nearby. And now they messed with Iran. They poked the lion, and they're paying the price. Iran clarified, of course, many times that it's targeting these bases because of the hostilities coming from them. They had an initiative yesterday by the Iranian president, who told them that, we will not attack if no attacks are being conducted against us. Immediately after that, attacks get conducted from these countries. Clearly, the United States is not paying any sort of respect to any of them, any sort of regard to any of their statements or attempts, and conducting attacks against Iran from there. That's why there were attacks against American assets in Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE immediately after that statement came from the Iranian president. In the meantime, Israel is, of course, trying to meddle. Israel is trying to have false flags. They did that with Azerbaijan. They did that against an oil field in Saudi Arabia. They did that with multiple other attacks that weren't linked to the Iranian response. They spread fake news that, for example, the UAE is already attacking Iran, despite the fact that these countries made it clear that they aren't interested in escalation. They want to de-escalate. And one of the most prominent statements came today from none other than the Prime Minister of Qatar, who spoke about this in an interview he had, saying that he will seek de-escalation with Iran. He said that they were not happy with the Iranian attacks, but he said that we made it clear basically that we don't want war with them too. Now, that statement is very, very frustrating for one person primarily. And that person is Benjamin Netanyahu, because Benjamin Netanyahu was boasting not long ago, saying that, there's cooperation. More countries are joining Israel, and they want to have a cooperation with us and participate in the attacks against Iran. And the Ayatollah regime will pay a heavy price. We've been looking for this for a very long time, and we want to take them down. And he didn't show us exactly who are these allies, But the statements coming from Arab countries indicate clearly that we're not interested in participating with you, and we want to de-escalate. But they're stuck. They are stuck in a terrible position that they probably didn't think and misjudged. As a matter of fact, one of the previous senior figures in Qatar, Hamad bin Jassim, he had an interview in the early 2000s. He said that they underestimated the risk that these bases pose on Qatar. Outright, he admitted that. And the thing is, they probably didn't think that it would reach this stage because they didn't think that the United States would actually have no consideration to them and their safety and their well-being and their infrastructure and everything. Like, the United States went on this attack, and that's why you had so many voices coming from figures in Qatar, in the UAE, in Saudi Arabia, and other countries too, about that. Of course, the official narrative is, condemning Iran, but the criticism is heavy against the United States because they realized that the United States really didn't consult them. They went on this operation without any consent, anything whatsoever. And now they're paying the price, and they're paying the price on multiple levels. See, these countries always focused on, trying to be safe, protected, and focus on development, investments, whatever it is, sports, events. And all of a sudden they're in this now because America, the Epstein regime, decided to go on a war now for the sake of Israel. But despite all of that, and despite the fact that Iran is conducting attacks against the US assets there, the overwhelming sentiment that we have is that they don't want an escalation. Of course, there's another argument of the capability, capacity, military, well, whatever it is. All of these are valid arguments, but also that's something very disappointing for Israel. Now, the senior figure in Qatar, bin Jassim, said before, not this one, this is the Prime Minister of Qatar. He also said that the ultimate goal of the United States and Israel is to drag Arab Gulf states into participating in the war with Iran so that Iran can start targeting, well, infrastructure and locations for these countries themselves, not just US assets, and in essence make them more vulnerable so that Israel and the United States can exploit them. And hey presto, Israel has the greater Israel in a blink of an eye. They'll tell them, look, they're attacking you, we're on the same side, let's participate in attacks with them. But you know what, we need permanent bases in the Gulf. We need to be there to make sure that nothing bad happens and to protect you, in essence. We need to protect you, therefore we need to be there with you. That is on the front of the Arab states. In the meantime, the United States is continuing with the lunacy, the Epstein regime.
You see this hat?
One over here. Have a look.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned. Yeah. The liberation of Cuba is upon us. It's just a matter of time now. You see this hat? Make Iran great. President Trump said the only way to make Iran great is for the people to take over. We're marching through the world. We're cleaning out the bad guys. We're going to have relationships with new people that will make us prosperous and safe. I've never seen anybody like it. This is Ronald Reagan plus. Donald Trump is resetting the world in a way nobody could have dreamed of a year ago. He is the greatest commander-in-chief of all time. Our military is the best of all time. Iran is going down, and Cuba is next. Do you see this hat? Free.
Do you see this hat? Free Cuba. We're going to make the Ayatollah regime pay a heavy price. Make Iran great again. President Trump is the best president in the whole world. The American army is going to liberate the whole world from the bad guys. Once and for all, we're going to get it done. Make America great again. I mean, isn't it ridiculous? Free Cuba and caps and what have you. He thinks it's a joke. Lindsey Graham, but they're convinced. I mean, this man is convinced in what he's saying, whether he is, you heard the reports that Laura Loomer leaked a couple of years ago about Lindsey Graham and the things that he's up to. So they probably have a couple of things on Lindsey Graham, but that shows you that these people are completely delusional and willing to throw the American people under the bus. Literally under the bus. The American administration, bunch of billionaires, this is what their soldiers are eating, vegetable crumbles, and look at them, young kids, they send them to be used as cannon fodder, to go and die for them. People, late teens. Trump is not bothered, Trump is a billionaire. It's these people who are going to die for him. They're capitalizing on their ignorance, their lack of knowledge, and potentially some of them, their genuine will, to protect their country, thinking that they are, not realizing that they're going there serving a brutal militaristic oligarchy that kills children all across the world for the sake of financial interest and hegemony and expansion. And oil. Yeah, you heard it, oil. Oil is one of the main things that they're going for. And listen, they're not really hiding it. Some people are trying to hide it, but it's becoming clear now. White House Energy Council Executive Director had a very interesting statement in relation to this.
Is a long-term gain, because what we want to do is get such massive oil reserves in Iran out of the hands of terrorists. And so what we're going to experience here in the short term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit, because ultimately we're not going to have to worry about these issues in the Strait of Hormuz, because we're going to get all of the oil out of the hands of terrorists. This is a long-term gain.
We're going to get the oil out of the hands of terrorists. The main goal is to get all of the oil out of the hands of terrorists. Is it clearer than that? I mean, in Iraq, they tried to hide it. But now you have the energy director in the White House telling you that we need to get the oil out of the hands of terrorists because they don't deserve it. They're not enlightened like us. We know how to control oil and sell it to the people in a good manner. These people, they don't know how to. Partially because we had sanctions on them for 4 decades. But now it's time to get all of the oil of Iran out of the hands of the terrorists. So God bless America and no place else. That's the approach now that you have in the administration. I mean, they're not hiding anything. It's a complete joke, Firstly, you'll have the nuclear, and then we realize it's the ballistic missiles, and then it's the short-range missiles, and then they'll tell you the aim is the Navy, and then tomorrow or now it's actually the oil. And listen, of course, the oil was a very important factor. Iran is the third largest oil reserve country in the world with over 210 barrels of oil. Of course, they weren't able to enjoy their oil as much as they could and prosper from it because of these illegal sanctions that are being
Humanity is on the ground.
Imposed on them, illegal sanctions imposed on them from a cabal, from just a few countries. I mean, who? The United States of America. They tell their proxies what to do in Europe and Israel. That's it. A couple of other proxies across the world, any person who's close to Trump or the US administration. Apart from that, nothing. The majority of the world didn't vote for this. The majority of the world doesn't support this. The majority of the countries of the world want to open relationships based on mutual respect. Now, how long will this war last? According to a couple of statements that we heard recently from Iran, it's going to continue until the liberation of Palestine. One of the people who said that was none other than senior figure in the IRGC, Sardar Naqvi, who said that our military operations must continue until the liberation of Palestine. Now, this is not the first time that we heard that. We heard similar statements before, but this time we're talking about a different pattern, and this man is saying this now when Iran is actually going and continuing its attacks against Israel, with more statements coming that this is going to be a campaign that is very long. And he also made those statements in a video. Listen to this video over here.
این عملیات باید تا آزادی فلسطین ادامه پیدا کنه. ما باید برای اون آماده باشیم. باید سلاح و تجهیزات و سازوکاری رو که مهیا کرده باشیم برای این باشه که بتونه این قضیه رقم بزنه. باید پاکسازی بشه.
یعنی انقدر در حوزه موشکی و پهپادی قدرت داریم که ما میتونیم نه فقط حق مردم ایران.
شما نگران نباشید. ما باید وحدت رو کنیم. ما باید وحدت رو کنیم. اصل قضیه اینه. ایمان و وحدتمون که سر جاش باشه، شما اصلا غم سلاح نخورید. تا دلتون بخواد اسلحه آماده شده و امکانات آماده شده و همین الان داره آماده میشه. یعنی به خاطر اون خطاهای قبلی که اینا کردن یه نقطه ضعفی ما داشتیم توی تولیدها که مثلا حالا متوقف میشد تولید در زمان جنگ و اینا، یعنی برطرف شد و الحمدلله مرتب
ما در روزهای آینده موشک‌هایی می‌بینیم که دشمن فکرش نمی‌کنه.
موشک‌هایی حتی ببینید که مثلا ساخته همین این هفته است. متوجه؟ یعنی مسئله جریان داره. ما قدرت نظامی که ما کردیم برآورد داشتیم. ما می‌دونستیم که یه روزی بالاخره با اینها درگیری محکمی خواهیم داشت، چون بنامون بعد تسلیم نبوده و اونها بناشون بعد پذیرش حق نبوده و همیشه می‌خواستن قلدری کنن و سلطه‌جویی کنن و می‌دونستیم بالاخره به یه نقطه‌ای میرسیم که این درگیری خواهیم داشت. ما خودمون برای این روز مهیا کردیم برای جنگیدن با آمریکا.
So, continue until the liberation of Palestine. Several sources are mentioning that this is going to continue at least until the midterms. Israel is talking about a long-term campaign. The United States is saying that they are prepared for a long-term campaign, but the statements from the United States are always compared to the statements from Israel. They always have to be in line with what Israel says. And it wasn't only that, it was also a statement from the previous Iranian diplomat, Amir al-Musawi, who made a statement in Arabic, actually, stating that there has been an order made to let the resistance movements prepare to take over occupied Palestine because the decision has been made and Iran is going all out. Is that possible? I mean, is this scenario possible? The scenario that everyone was waiting for, that's it, it's all or nothing? And is Iran capable of conducting this operation? Well, there are multiple ways to look at it. There is the geographical distance, first and foremost. You know, if we're talking about Iran is geographically far. To be conducting an operation that would include the liberation of Palestine, you need geographical proximity, but really and truly that doesn't matter that much in terms of Iran because they have allies. They have allies in the form of the Lebanese resistance, Hezbollah. They have the capacity to do that. They have the equipment, the training. And there is the Palestinian resistance too. And the fact that the Iranian side is destroying every American base in the region, therefore shedding off every front of support for Israel, because really and truly, that is unfortunately the situation. That is unfortunately the reality of the situation, which is the bases of the United States and the Gulf states are primarily there to protect Israel. It's Israel's extension. How? It's because these bases are providing Israel with the support. They knew that they were going on a war with Iran at one point, and early warnings, early signs, everything to do with that is coming from these states, from these bases in these states. That's why Israel now has 30 seconds instead of 10 minutes. In the beginning, Israel had 10 minutes to know that a missile is coming from Iran. How? It's because of the radar systems of the United States. Where? Well, close to Iran. Now that Iran blinded them, they're relying on their own radar systems that don't have the same level of coverage and detection. And any detection happens way too late. That's why we see in many cases the bombs landing without any sirens whatsoever. then we see that there is a very limited amount of minutes or seconds, sometimes 30 seconds, according to some reports, to get to the bases. So if they do that, and if we consider the fact that, firstly, Israel is facing a lot of destruction now, I mean, the scenes that are coming from Israel now show heaps of damage happening. They're trying to hide it as much as possible, but really it wasn't only this attack that I shared with you before, this strike that took place. There was other videos as well and pictures about the scale of damage coming from Israel, not only in one part, but in multiple parts too. We're talking about a grave destruction happening here, substantial damage, as we can see here. And Israel, it blocked, by the way, Israel blocked multiple parts of cities where there was damage. So first and foremost, they're blocking them from the outside, just in case they collapse or whatever, try and limit the damage. The buildings next to them are evacuated because that's it, you know, they lost the stability. And also that people can't...
Revolutionary salute to our new member, Brother Kevin Gray, to the House of Revolution. Revolution is real life. Appreciate you getting your membership, brother. Salute.
Take any pictures or photos after the damage is done. And usually the people who will take some of these videos or images are would be neighbors or people who know that there has been an attack and they're trying to share the real picture, the real image as it is. Now, the damage as well came in the form of total blackout in the area of Kiryat Shmoni following the attacks of the Lebanese resistance. So a lot of damage. I mean, damage in the north, in the south. Netanyahu is admitting that they failed with this recent attack that took place in Lebanon, this supposed commando attempt. Now, of course, Gaza has a ceasefire, a so-called ceasefire, but Israel always likes to make sure that there are Palestinian bloodbaths alongside the Lebanese and the Iranian bloodbath. You see, we're not hearing about the casualties so much in Iran and Lebanon. So the media likes to conveniently ignore and, of course, deflect. Oh, 7 killed in Iran, 17 dead due to explosion. No culprit, no criminal, no address. No, we don't know who did it. Just people die randomly, you know. But if someone gets killed in Israel, Iran brutally kills 7 people in da-da-da-da-da-da. So they're not just attacking, though, Iran and Lebanon. They felt like, you know, it was a few days since we killed some Palestinians. So let's go and kill some Palestinian people. I mean, why are we giving Gaza a break? We shouldn't give Gaza a break. We need to kill Gaza and the people in Gaza. So there was an attack today in Gaza from the genocide forces, again, despite the so-called ceasefire and the Board of Peace, and 3 people were martyred. 3 citizens were killed on Sunday afternoon, Israeli raid that targeted civilians in Gaza City as the occupation continues to violate the ceasefire. A local source said that the occupation aircraft bombed a group of citizens near the Al-Katiba Mosque west of Gaza City, resulting to 3 martyrs. The same context, a young man died from injuries sustained when he was shot by the occupation forces in Beit Lahiya, north of Gaza Strip. Earlier, a citizen was injured after being targeted by an Israeli quadcopter in the Bani Sahel around Khan Yunis. Since October the 10th, the occupation forces have continued to violate the ceasefire agreement through air and artillery bombardment and firing throughout the Gaza Strip. According to a daily statistical report, the occupation continues violation, with total number of martyrs reached 641, including almost 200 children, 83 women, and 22 elderly people, which means that children, women, and the elderly constitute 46% of the total victims. The number of injured reached 1,711, including 518 children, 343 women, and 90 elderly people, representing 55.7% of the most vulnerable groups, in a clear indication of the widening impact of military operations on civilians. This is the reality of the people of Gaza. And the fact that the majority of them are children and women, by the way, indicates how Israel brutally wants to target these people and the weaker in this society, simply for their blood. You know what injured people means? That means like there's hardly anything to treat you with. Hospitals are wrecked. They don't have proper anesthetics to conduct operations. Operations that anesthetics, can you imagine that? Basic things, whatever they have, and they suffer, and many of them die because of the injuries, just because Israel doesn't give them things that they need, basic necessities. So they have these operations in Lebanon, they have these operations in Iran, but of course they never forget the Palestinian people. I mean, let alone the daily breaches in the West Bank. Every single day in the West Bank, you see complete destruction, barbarism against the innocent civilians, and constant killing, constant kidnapping, constant arresting. Now, the United States, there were reports of some casualties in some of the Arab states. And because Iran targeted the American radar systems and bases in the region, the systems are struggling. This is what happened according to a recent report and a video circulating online, with a US interceptor veering off course and landing on civilian homes in Bahrain, causing injuries and damage to homes in the Sitra area. Have a look at this video. So it's not only the Israeli systems failing miserably, it's the American systems failing miserably in the region. And this is targeting civilians. This is targeting civilians in Bahrain. This can be completely lethal. It can be very destructive. It's very dangerous. And again, that's US negligence. Firstly, they have these bases and are targeted because of these bases. Then the United States continues to use these bases despite multiple attempts to try and de-escalate, and regardless of what the hosting countries think, clearly. And that proves what Iran was telling us all along about the destruction of the radar systems of the United States in the region, early detection radars, secondary radar systems all across. And this leads to this happening in Bahrain. people getting targeted because of the failure happening inside of the American bases, and the fact that they are unable to repair anything, because we're talking about a very important situation, and they're very vulnerable. They're very vulnerable. The people are vulnerable too. Now, the people of Iran have been celebrating the new leader, Mujtaba Khamenei's son, and they went out in the streets to celebrate. Let's look at how the Iranians celebrated and what the IRGC said after we published this video.
سيدنا المجتبى رهبر ایران ما سيدنا المجتبى رهبر ایران ما سيدنا المجتبى رهبر ایران ما سيدنا المجتبى خامنه‌ای جوان نایب صاحب زمان 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 دست خدا عیان شد خامنه‌ای جوان شد 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 دست خدا برتر است.
Fresh with the way you currently file your taxes? What if you could track your tax expert's progress and get your best tax?
So the Iranian people are celebrating. Firstly, Khamenei has been replaced by Khamenei. Huge protests all across the country, pledging allegiance to Mujtaba Khamenei. And the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, had a statement in relation to the election of the supreme leader of Iran. So in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, oh, you have believed, obey Allah and obey the messenger and those in authority among you. Their statement began with that. Then they continued, noble and faithful sons and daughters of the Islamic Iranian people, we congratulate you on the election of Imam Mahdi, may God hasten his noble advent, General's Deputy, and the leader of the Supreme Jurist and the Islamic Revolution of the Sacred System of the Islamic Republic of Iran, by the Assembly of Leadership Experts, following the martyrdom of the second wise leader of the Islamic Revolution, His Eminence Grand Ayatollah Imam Khamenei, who led the revolution and the Islamic system for 37 years with wisdom, strength, and integrity guiding them through the difficult historical turns. We also thank Almighty God for the blessing of the great leadership. They, of course, congratulated the election of the qualified jurist, the young thinker, and the most knowledgeable in political and social issues, His Eminence Ayatollah Said Mujtaba Khamenei, which is his son of Ali Khamenei. And we declare our ranks of respect, loyalty, and obedience to the selectee of the Assembly of Leadership Experts. This selection represents a new dawn and the beginning of a new phase in the revolution and the Islamic Republic, making the painful sunset of the great leader, His Eminence Grand Ayatollah Imam Khamenei, something bearable for the Iranian people and the Islamic nation. The election of the leader of the Islamic Revolution by an overwhelming majority of jurisprudence experts with sufficient precision and prudence amid the current complex circumstances has proven to all that the path of the Islamic system does not halt, and that the revolution and the Islamic system are not tied to a single individual, according to them. They continued, the IRGC, as a soldier and strong arm of the leadership, and with its support for the esteemed Assembly of Leadership Expert selection, is prepared for complete obedience and sacrifice of lives for the divine leadership, orders of the jurist trustee of our time, His Eminence Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei. So you're talking about total obedience here, coming from the IRGC for the new leader of Iran, Mujtaba Khamenei, in what is clearly a continuation of the path of his father, Khamenei. And the problem here, again, you know, the big problem with this for especially Donald Trump, Israel, the United States, anyone in that sphere, is that you're talking about a man whose father was just killed. His father was just killed by Israel and the United States. And now he is in that position of leadership, and he is very likely to continue full throttle up until Iran achieves all of its objectives in this war. And as we're seeing clearly, they're only escalating their attacks against Israel and against the American bases, and the United States disregarding everything to do with the Arab countries and the desire to de-escalate their situation is continuing. So, of course, from an Israeli American perspective, that's a very big problem. That's a very big problem because the man, again, you know, on the path of his father, this was an image of him with, that's him, and these are senior figures from Hamas. That's following the martyrdom of Yahya Sinwar, by the way. A man who was who was actually visiting Iran at one point, you know. Not many countries. I mean, Iran is probably the only country that welcomed the leadership of the Palestinian resistance. And you're talking about a man who will continue the path, and that isn't something good for Israel and the United States. Now, what will they do? What will they do with that? You see, recently, the Israeli side has been talking about killing every single leader in Iran. They're saying we need to kill all of them, make it a bloodbath. You know, if someone, you know, isn't appointed by Trump, right? Trump wants to appoint him, they're going to get rid of them. Not only that, Iran has second and third and fourth and five replacements for each person. We can clearly see the pattern that is happening here. And that pattern is escalation. And that is why Israel and the United States are desperate. Firstly, the Iranians are confirming that because their desperation is leading to false flag attacks. Iran is saying that Israel is staging attacks to drag Israel into a war. Iranian officials say Israel may attempt false flag attacks in Arab countries to widen the war. The accusation gained momentum after incidents in Saudi Arabia and Cyprus during the first week of the conflict. Tehran insists its military campaign targets Israel and U.S. military assets, not neighboring Arab states. Iranian officials argue Israel would benefit if Arab countries' governments were drawn directly into the war, and the accusations have been voiced by Iranian officials and reported by Iranian regional media. And several figures, by the way, denied that from Iran. And there are also statements and denials from Arab countries denying reports in Israel, because Israeli media is trying to drag them too. Now, look, this was a recent one as well. The UAE is saying this is fake news. They're denying Israeli reports that they struck the Iranian desalination plant. Now, Iran said who attacked the desalination plant. Iran accused the United States base in Bahrain, which was later attacked. And someone recorded it. It was launched from a battery. It was about approximately a 500-kilometer range ballistic missile. The UAE, they're saying this is fake news. When we do something, we've got the courage to announce it. The United Arab Emirates strongly denied reports circulating in the Israeli media that it carried out military strike inside Iran. A senior Emirati official rejected the claim and dismissed the reports as misinformation. He said, this is fake news. When we do something, we've got the courage to announce it, said Rashid al-Nuaimi, chairman of the UAE Federal National Council's Defense, Interior and Foreign Affairs Committee in a statement posted on X. Al-Nuaimi's statement was widely interpreted as the most direct official rejection of the official reports in Israel. Other Emirati officials also denied the claims. Officials speaking to regional media said that the UAE has not carried out any military strike inside Iran, emphasized that Abu Dhabi has not entered the war. Those officials also stressed that the UAE would not conceal military action if it chose to undertake one. At the same time, Emirati authorities reiterated that the country retains its right to defend itself if necessary. Officials said that the UAE reserves the right to respond if attacked, reflecting the government's broader position that any military response would be defensive rather than preemptive. The statements were issued shortly after Israeli media reports began circulating widely across international and regional outlets. They came on multiple Israeli posts, by the way, to try and drag other Arab countries into the war. Why? Because they can't achieve their objectives on their own. If they were able to achieve their objectives on their own, then they wouldn't have necessarily done anything to try and attract or drag Arab countries. But so far, and despite the substantial attacks coming from Iran against American assets in the Arab Gulf countries, the decision has been made. And that decision is, we are not going to participate in any of this. And now reports that the U.S., by the way, U.S. Department of State ordered all American employees at the diplomatic mission in Saudi Arabia to leave the country immediately. So in essence, we're seeing the United States being expelled from the region fairly quickly. You know, only 9 days, so many bases get eliminated, so many U.S. missions attacked. And all of that just because an American president is blackmailed by Benjamin Netanyahu to go into this war that the United States, well, didn't want and didn't need, at least when it comes to the American people. As a matter of fact, even several figures in the administration. And these were the main things that I wanted to share with you in this live stream, guys. And the second live stream today, in the 9th night of True Promise 4. Of course, we're covering every single thing daily, just to let you know exactly what's happening. As much as possible, raw, unfiltered, direct information. I'll hopefully be with you with a couple of clips too. Tomorrow, we'll repeat this.
A few hours ago, speaking before the U.S. Congress, representatives of the Pentagon admitted that in the first 7 days of the military operation against Iran, the United States spent $6 billion. At the same time, it is reported that $4 billion of this huge sum was spent solely on missiles for air defense systems, protecting U.S. military bases in the Middle East. Notably, immediately after this report, U.S. lawmakers acknowledged that war spending would increase many times in the coming days. Numerous insiders in Washington also confirmed this information. According to them, Donald Trump is not going to back down, and is demanding the continuation of hostilities no matter what. It is reported that Trump is harshly demanding that his generals achieve all goals in Iran, including the overthrow of the current regime. In this regard, the Congress expects an application for approval of additional funding in the coming days. At the same time, it is still not clear how the Trump administration plans to win this war, especially given the fact that the first days of this armed conflict showed the whole world that the United States and Israel failed to defeat Iran through a lightning and unexpected attack. It is well known that as of March 9, 2026, the United States and Israel have launched more than 4,000 strikes against Iran. However, Iran is still on its feet and continues to strike back. Unfortunately for Trump and Netanyahu, Iran's combat potential has not been destroyed. Iran still has half of its missile arsenal and a significant number of drones. Furthermore, the American newspaper The Washington Post also added fuel to the fire. On March 7, this newspaper published data from a secret document that was compiled by the U.S. National Intelligence Council a week before the outbreak of war in the Middle East. As it turned out, 7 days before the U.S.-Israeli coalition attacked Iran, U.S. intelligence warned that any war against Iran, including a full-scale ground operation, would not lead to the overthrow of the current government in Iran. Back then, the U.S. National Intelligence Council stated that even if Ali Khamenei is captured or killed, the Iranian leadership would activate a special protocol that was developed to preserve the continuity of power, as a result of which the coming to power of the opposition would be impossible. Well, my friends, as time has shown, U.S. intelligence was right about Iran. Against this backdrop, a reasonable question arises. Why did the Trump administration not listen to these tips and allow the United States to drag itself into a protracted war in the Middle East? Well, my dear truth seekers, all this indicates that certain forces in the United States are ready not only to destroy the U.S. authority on the world stage, but also to sacrifice tens of thousands of American soldiers for the sake of Israel's national interests. Meanwhile, on March 8, Iran dealt a crushing blow to the largest U.S. military logistics hub in the Middle East. We are talking about the military installation camp Arifjan in Kuwait. The official report says that devastating damage was inflicted on this installation during the missile attack. Casualties among the personnel are also reported. It is worth noting that this installation was the largest logistics hub not only for the U.S. Army units, but also for other NATO countries. In addition to American soldiers, military personnel from Britain, Australia, and Poland were also stationed at this military installation. Moreover, on the same day, an Iranian kamikaze drone Shahid hit a hotel in the capital of Bahrain. Later, sources in the Iranian military department said that 6 officers of the 5th Fleet of the U.S. Navy were killed during the attack on this hotel. It is worth noting that over the past week, Iran struck 4 hotels in several Middle Eastern countries. Reports indicate that American servicemen were in all these hotels. Meanwhile, new details have emerged about the arrest of the commander of the elite Quds Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Brigadier General Esmail Connie. A few hours ago, Middle Eastern sources confirmed that China had provided Tehran with proof that General Connie allegedly regularly transmitted valuable information to both the Mossad and the CIA. It is reported that Chinese intelligence allegedly managed to intercept and decode a conversation between senior representatives of the Israeli General Staff and the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. Reports indicate that during this conversation, the Israeli military and CIA agents have actually confirmed that General Connie is their valuable informant. Yes, many of you may think that this was deliberate misinformation on the part of Israel and the United States to create a crisis in Iran's state security system. However, facts are stubborn things. Everything pointed to the fact that General Connie is indeed a real traitor. In 2024, in Beirut, a few minutes before Israeli missiles hit the site of a secret meeting of the Hezbollah movement and killed Hassan Nasrallah, General Connie suddenly said goodbye to everyone and left the facility. The same thing happened in 2025. General Connie suddenly left the headquarters of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, after which the Israeli Air Force launched a precision strike on this facility, killing Iran's top military command. And finally, in February 2026, Israel wiped out the residence of the supreme leader of Iran. As a result, Ali Khamenei himself and his family were killed. It is noteworthy that in this case too, a few minutes before the Israeli strike, General Connie suddenly said goodbye to everyone and left the dangerous territory. In all these cases, it is reported that General Connie supposedly carried a special sensor in his pocket, which he activated each time after leaving dangerous facilities. It is reported that it was allegedly this sensor that helped the Israeli missiles hit targets accurately. At the same time, it is worth noting that right after the first reports of General Connie's arrest appeared, Israel officially stated that this high-ranking Iranian general had never cooperated with the Israeli special services. By the way, even after the information agency the National News announced the execution of General Connie by Iran, the Iranian authorities refused to officially confirm or deny this information. Tehran is still carefully hiding all information about General Connie. The fact is that the Iranian power structures are governed by the strictest hierarchy and the most severe discipline. If Tehran officially admits that there was a traitor in the highest echelon of command, this could cause serious damage to the entire state security system. At the same time, it is worth noting that many reputable Russian experts do not believe that General Esmail Connie is a traitor. According to them, General Connie is a very reputable person in Iran, and his elimination or discrediting is one of the main goals of Israel and the United States. Russian experts are confident that all the statements about the arrest and execution of General Connie are usual rumors spread by the Israeli Mossad to create a crisis of distrust in the highest echelons of Iranian power. Well, my dear truth seekers, is General Connie a traitor to Iran or a hero of this country? We will most likely receive an answer to this question after the end of this bloody war.
Dawn in the Kuwaiti desert was shattered today as the IRGC Navy launched a combined operation. Ballistic missiles and suicide drones, marking the 27th wave of this massive escalation, slammed into Alidair, a critical nerve center for American air power in the Gulf. The IRGC claims a direct hit on terrorist infrastructure. Satellite images, though still obscured by thick black smoke, suggest significant destruction to helicopter repair hangars and fuel reservoirs. The command building, the brain of the base, is reportedly in ruins. Alidair is the primary hub for the U.S. Army's combat aviation brigades. Stationed here are AH-64 Apache Guardians, Black Hawks, and heavy-lift Chinooks. These are the very wings that project U.S. power across the region, now grounded by Iranian fire. But the missiles were accompanied by a chilling ultimatum. IRGC spokesperson Sardar Naini explicitly declared that U.S. bases anywhere in the region are now legitimate targets. He clarified that Iran has no enmity with neighboring governments, but it no longer considers American bases as part of those countries' sovereign territory.
We have no hostility with the countries of the region. We are ready to work together to preserve the peace and stability of the region. As the president said, we have no hostility with the countries of the region. But we do not know the U.S. bases in the countries of the region except their territories. Those bases have been targeted against our national interests. They have been attacked. The security of the countries of the region is important to us. There is no doubt about it. At the same time, the U.S. bases and facilities that have been used against our country by these bases continue to be used by force.
Tehran's message is clear. Nations that haven't hosted U.S. aggression remain safe, but those that do are in the crosshairs. This follows the joint U.S.-Israeli Operation Epic Fury on Tehran. Now, Iran says it will continue this war with full power until the American and Zionist aggressors are fully punished. As fires burn at Alidair, the burden of defense falls on Patriot and THAAD batteries being tested to their breaking point. With both sides locked in a cycle of overwhelming retaliation, the risk of a regional collapse has never been higher. The desert is burning, and for the U.S. in the Gulf, there is no longer any safe ground.
Today with scenes of absolute devastation that are emerging from the occupied territories, scenes that military analysts are already calling a strategic turning point in this war. In a meticulously planned and brutally effective retaliation, the Islamic Revolution Guards Corps, IRGC, has confirmed that it launched a barrage of Khyber Shakan solid-fuel ballistic missiles directly at Israel's largest and most critical oil refinery in Haifa.
Iran has reportedly targeted Israel's Haifa oil refinery with ballistic missiles.
Oil refinery
in Haifa using advanced Khyber-Sheikhan solid-fuel ballistic missiles. The IRGC described the attack as direct revenge for Israeli and US strikes that targeted the oil depots and infrastructure around Tehran.
And let me be absolutely clear about the scale of what we are looking at. This wasn't just a symbolic strike. This was an obliteration. Iranian media, citing military sources, are reporting that the refinery complex, known as the Basin Group facility in the Haifa Bay area, was totally destroyed. The power plant adjacent to it, which feeds energy to the surrounding occupied cities, was also taken completely offline. We are getting reports of a massive fireball consuming the sky over Haifa, turning night into day.
Meet EM Sense, a breakthrough in foot therapy that wraps around your foot and ankle like a therapeutic boot
and sending a column of smoke so thick it can likely be seen from space. This is the direct, thunderous response to the overnight aggression by the US and Israel, who launched waves of warplanes to strike oil depots in southern Tehran and Alborz, igniting huge explosions in the heart of the Iranian capital. But where the US and Israel poked, Iran punched back with a sledgehammer. To understand why this particular strike is sending shockwaves through Tel Aviv's war rooms, you have to understand exactly what was burning in Haifa last night. We aren't just talking about a gas station. We are talking about the jugular vein of the occupation's economy. The Haifa refinery processes roughly 200,000 barrels per day and is responsible for supplying between 50 to 60% of Israel's domestic fuel needs. This is the facility that powers their military vehicles, fuels their electricity grids, and keeps their economy from collapsing under the weight of war. By taking this out, Iran hasn't just caused a temporary blackout. They have effectively shut down the last major energy gateway for the occupation. Think about the logistics for a second. This refinery sits at the intersection of pipelines and shipping routes that are essential for bringing crude oil into Israel. With this facility gone in a blaze of fire, the occupation entity is now facing an existential energy crisis. And here's the poetic justice that history won't ignore. This refinery has a dark, colonial history, UN. Archives show that this very plant, originally owned by Anglo-Iranian, now BP, and Shell, was built to refine oil pumped from Iraq and, crucially, from Iran. Before 1948, it fed off crude oil from the Persian Gulf. So, Iran just sent a message to that refinery tonight. If you are going to use Iranian resources to build your military might, we will take that might away from you. They have shut down the last gateway because that gateway was built on stolen resources to begin with. Before we go deeper into how the regime in Tel Aviv is reeling from this, and before we discuss the war crimes the so-called civilized world is now committing out of pure desperation, I need you to hit that like button. I need you to share this video far and wide. Why? Because the mainstream media in the West is already spinning this, trying to hide the scale of the Israeli defeat and the desperation of American foreign policy. They won't show you the fires burning in Haifa the way we just did. They won't tell you that Iran's missiles are piercing through the much-hyped Iron Dome like it's tissue paper. If you believe in honest journalism, if you want the truth about this war that the Pentagon and the White House don't want you to see, hit the subscribe button and drop a comment just for the algorithm right now. Join this channel as a member, or just hit the bell icon, because we are the only one.
Revolutionary salute to y'all. Ask kids for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
Connecting the dots while the rest of them are reading from the same failed script. Now, let's talk about the context of this strike, because the timing is absolutely fascinating, and it exposes the psychological warfare that the Trump administration and Netanyahu are losing. Why did Israel hit Iranian oil depots in the first place? It wasn't a military target in the traditional sense. Sure, they dress it up as hitting military infrastructure, but these depots are in sprawling urban areas, near schools and hospitals. They hit them for one reason and one reason only: to starve the Iranian people into submission. They want to create long lines at gas stations. They want the lights to go out. They want to sow panic so that people take to the streets. But here is the problem with that plan. It's not working. And the proof is so embarrassing for the Trump administration that they are now attacking journalists for reporting it. Just days ago, CNN's Frederick Pleitgen filed a report from inside Tehran. And what did he find? He found a society that is refusing to break. He went for a coffee, he walked around, and he reported that despite the bombs, despite the threat of strikes, all the shops are open and really well stocked. There were no long lines for fuel and there was no panic. The people of Iran are resilient, and they see this aggression for what it is. A foreign entity trying to make them suffer to achieve political goals.
Taking a quick break for a coffee along the way. We've been driving for several hours. There's a couple of things that we've noticed. Number one is that, first of all the shops are open. All the shops are really well stocked, even with fresh things, like, for instance, fruits and vegetables. Coffee, obviously, also available as well. And then also the gas stations. There's no long lines as gas stations. Fuel seems readily available, and you just don't see any sort of degree of panic anywhere.
And this brings us to the most dangerous, unhinged rhetoric we have seen so far, which explains exactly why we are now seeing attacks on infrastructure that has nothing to do with the battlefield. We have to look at the recent interview on 60 Minutes with Pete Hegseth, the U.S. Secretary of Defense.
In the days when the world turns its heart towards sacrifice, too many people are left with.
This man sat there, and with the calm arrogance of an empire in decline, essentially threatened the civilian population of Iran. He wasn't talking about military targets. He was talking about making the Iranian people afraid to live.
CBS News has 3 sources telling us that Russia is providing intelligence to Iran on U.S. positions and movements. The average American might hear that and think that's a big and dangerous deal. Is it?
Well, we're tracking everything. Our commanders are aware of everything. We have the best intelligence in the world. We're aware of who's talking to who, why they're talking to them, how accurate that information might be, how we factor that into our battle plans, our CENTCOM commander. So we know what's going on. And the president has an incredible knack at knowing how to mitigate those risks. And so the American people can rest assured their commander-in-chief is well aware of who's talking to who, and anything that shouldn't be happening, whether it's in public or back-channeled, is being confronted and confronted strongly.
The American people can therefore expect conversations with the Russians to stop this?
Well, President Trump, as people have seen, has a unique relationship with a lot of world leaders where he can get things done that other presidents, certainly Joe Biden, never could have. And through direct conversation.
And we are already seeing the manifestation of that threat. Reports are now confirmed that the U.S. and Israel, following that interview, have crossed a red line that even previous administrations were too smart to cross. They have attacked desalination plants in Iran. Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi confirmed that the U.S. struck a desalination facility on Qasem Island, an act he rightly described as a vile and desperate crime that cut off water supplies to 30 villages. Think about the depravity here. Desalination plants provide drinking water. They are the most basic necessity for human life. Attacking them is a war crime, plain and simple. It is a crime against humanity. It is on the same level as using chemical weapons or bombing hospitals. And why are they doing it? Because the maximum pressure campaign of sanctions failed. Because the protests they funded didn't topple the government. Now they are trying to dehydrate a nation to force them to their knees. But here is where the short-sightedness of the American empire becomes absolutely hilarious, if it weren't so tragic for their own allies. If the U.S. thinks it can unilaterally attack water supplies and get away with it, they have another thing coming. As Foreign Minister Araghchi warned, opening this bad precedent by the U.S. will have serious consequences. Iran has now been given the green light, the moral and legal justification, to respond in kind. And where would that hurt the most? Not in the mountains of Iran, but in the glittering artificial cities of the Persian Gulf. This brings me to the brilliant analysis we have been tracking from Professor Jiang Shuiqian. This is a man who has been eerily accurate in his predictions. He called Trump's win. He called the war with Iran. And he is sticking to his third prediction, the defeat of the United States and its proxies. He recently laid out the nightmare scenario for the Gulf monarchies that are supporting this war. He pointed out that desalination plants supply around 60% of the water in Gulf states. He gave a terrifyingly simple scenario Imagine a relatively cheap Iranian drone hitting a desalination facility in a city like Riyadh. That city has 10 million people. Within 2 weeks, you are looking at a humanitarian catastrophe unlike anything the modern Middle East has ever seen. Water bottles become more valuable than gold. Societies collapse not from bombs, but from thirst.
So, something that people don't really talk about, but you need to understand, it's the water issue in the GCC, in the Middle East, in Iran. All right. So, this is a map of the world. And if you are light blue, Brazil, Canada, you have nothing to worry about because you have a lot of water, a lot of fresh water, very little population. All right. So, 100% just means 100% water stress just means that you drink as much water as the environment produces. Okay? So you want to be below 100% to be sustainable. Ideally, you want to be at 10%. Okay? If it goes above 100%, it means that you are drinking more water, using more water than the environment actually produces. Okay? So you're putting stress on the environment. So 20% is really bad, right? Because you're using twice as much water as the environment produces. Guess what, guys? Look at the Middle East, okay? Egypt, 6,420%. Saudi Arabia, 883%. All right? Bahrain, almost 4,000%. Dubai, 17,000%. All right? So water is a huge issue. Again, it doesn't matter if Iran kills American soldiers, destroys American military. It doesn't have to do that. All it has to do is destroy the desalination plants. And then the GCC is destroyed, okay? But it's also true that Iran has water issues.
And this is why we are seeing this frantic, desperate shift to targeting civilian infrastructure by Israel and the US. They are running out of bullets. Seriously, look at the numbers. When Iran launched waves of drones and ballistic missiles, it wasn't just about the damage on the ground. It was about emptying the Israeli arsenal. Every time an Iron Dome or David's Sling missile is fired to intercept an Iranian projectile, it costs the Israeli treasury tens of thousands of dollars, while the Iranian drone costs a fraction of that. We are now getting reports indicating a critical and threatening reduction in ammunition to counter these attacks. The so-called best air defense in the world is being exhausted by a nation that knows how to build things cheap and effective. So, what do Netanyahu and Trump do when their missile defense runs low? They revert to the tactics of bullies. They bomb refineries. They bomb water plants. They try to starve a population because they can no longer fight the army. They are trying to bring people to the streets through sheer misery because they can't beat them on the battlefield. That is not strength. That is the flailing of a wounded animal. And the world is watching. The Hifa refinery is gone. It will take years to rebuild, if they can even find a country willing to send engineers into a war zone to rebuild it. The power is flickering in Tel Aviv. And in Tehran, despite the bombs, despite the threats from Pete Hegseth, the coffee shops are still open. That is the image of this war. One side, armed to the teeth by the West, targeting children's hospitals and water supplies. The other side, standing resilient, watching the fires burn in Haifa, and knowing that the energy gateway of the occupation has been shut forever. This war just changed, and the side that started it is now feeling the flames. We will keep tracking these developments. Subscribe and stay.
Thought about earlier.
was how could we, for God's sake, I'm half naked here. One of the things I could think about, I was thinking about was, how can we look at some of the things that were said in the Epstein files, right? How could we look at that and try to figure out, there we go. Oh, okay, yeah, I got my friggin', okay, I'm all over the place here. How could we look at some things that were in the Epstein files and then look at what's happening on the battlefield and see if we can put some of this stuff together? Okay, one of the things that I recall in the Epstein files was this infamous discussion between Epstein and Bill Gates. And apparently somewhere in that discussion, they talked about how do we get rid of the poor people, like as a whole, as a group, right? How do we get rid of these friggin' poor people right now? Keeping in mind additionally that Epstein being clearly a Zionist, clearly being aligned with part of, a member of the Zionist intelligence community. And the things that we've heard lately, this Greater Israel Project, that seems to be the plan for world Zionism. I thought to myself, well, he talked about depopulation. How could this fit in, right? How could this fit into that? Well, okay, it wasn't hard. Let's start here. I took a couple of notes, right? So one of the things that I thought about was the idea of desalination plants. I talked about, what's his name? Professor Zhang, everybody's seen him out there. And he discussed desalination plants and how in some areas, basically people could not exist without them, right? If you've got large areas of the Middle East that are basically, they're desert, you can't really grow food there. So the people have a lot of money. But as an example, these Persian Gulf countries, they have to import 90% of their food, right? So, if they're importing 90% of their food, that means everything has to come in. It has to come in through the Straits of Hormuz, and it's not a bad idea to close the Straits of Hormuz, not just for the oil, but now you cut out the 90% of the people. Keeping in mind that as we see with settler colonialism, as we see with Zionism, as we see with what's happening, in instances like that, be it, North America or Australia, or in this instance, Palestine, when the people are there, you got to find a way to get them out of your hair. Either, one or two options. You can get them to voluntarily just leave or acquiesce to whatever you want, or a much more evil option, and that is to, as they say on YouTube all too often today, unalive them, which seems to be the Zionist way of doing things, since it's, pretty much a fascist ideology. Fascism kind of takes great joy in unaliving people, right? Okay, so I thought to myself, there's a discussion, they probably won't attack desalination plants because that'll cause, could cause mass death. But think about this. The Greater Israel Project means Israel takes over everything. It takes over Saudi Arabia, it takes over Egypt, it takes over all of that stuff, becomes part of Israel. You got to get rid of those people, don't you? You got Arabs and Muslim people running all over creation on your land. Just like you got, unfortunately, you've got Palestinians running all over the place on your land. And if you're the Israelis, you really don't want them running all over the place on your land. It's all your land. You remember what the U.S. said about Venezuela? Those darn Venezuelans, they stole our land and our oil in Venezuela. In Venezuela. That is the mentality of settler colonialism that Trump gave you. Those people stole our land and our oil in Venezuela. That's ours. It's not theirs, it's ours. Everything's ours. It's all theirs, everything's ours, right? And from the perspective of the Zionists, man, you got a whole lot of Muslims that are a problem when they're on your land. Gee, how could we resolve that problem? Okay, what you saw was the Israelis attack the desalination plant and attack some gigantic oil facility, which of course causes environmental disaster, and it causes oil to rain down all over the place, right? So you're creating environmental disasters, and of course you're attacking desalination plants so that people in certain areas can't get water, right? Because you need those people out of the way, don't you? Now, what else do we see? We saw the Zionists involved in false flags, right? It has been widely reported. Tucker Carlson certainly reported that some of them were caught in a couple of the Muslim countries, and they had explosives, and they were going to obviously blow stuff up and do false flags and blame it on Iran. In addition, we know that there were attacks on Saudi oil facilities, and there were attacks on Cypriot facilities that were again blamed on what? Blamed on Iran. Now, why Cypriot facilities? Well, it'd be nice if you could drag Turkey in there, because that's also part of the Greater Israel Project. You got to get those darn Turks out of the way too, don't you? You need them involved in the war. So what do? You do a couple of things. Number one, you false flag and you pretend that there's an attack from Iran on whoever, right? Turkey, you want an Iran on Turkey. What do you know? A missile flew towards Turkey, right? Okay. You want to, certainly the Saudis, well, that's all part of Israel. So you want to do some false flags on Saudis, right? You want to, Cyprus is about dragging Turkey into it. You want Turkey involved. I would be willing to bet that Greek jets and things like that going into Cyprus are at the behest of the U.S. and or Israel, so that you can get Turkey in there, so you can destabilize that and maybe get Turkey at war with Greece, and somehow get Turkey blown to smithereens, get that weakened, get that out of the way, because it's part of Israel. It's all part of Israel. They want to take all of it, and we got to get those stinking people out of the way to do it. Now, what about the Kurds? Well, that's easy. Hey, Kurds, how many Kurds we got? We got a couple million. I got an idea. We'll throw them at the Iranians. Yeah, I mean, think about it. The U.S. says to the Kurds, here's what we want you to do. You got this gigantic country here, very, very powerful military. What we want you to do, we're going to give you the arms, and we want you to go charge right into Iran, right into the teeth of the Iranian military. And at which point, there ain't going to be no Kurds left. Now, of course, that will also piss off the Turks, because the Turks are unhappy with the Kurds rising up. The Turks go in, they mow down, they bomb, they wipe out the Kurds. So you use both the Iranians and the Turks to wipe out the Kurds. You pitch the Turks against Greece, and you can weaken the Kurds. So now you got the word Kurds on two fronts, at minimum 2 fronts, and the Turks. And at some point, you're planning on weakening everybody else. Later, you're going to go confront the Turks and fight them and take them out. The Turks are done. You got to take them out. And so you got to drag them in. You see what I'm saying? It's dragging these countries into war with each other. It is, as I always say, you get North Korea to fight South Korea. They're Koreans. You get Taiwan to fight China. They're Chinese. You get the Sunni Muslims to fight the Shia Muslims. They're all Muslims, but they're in your way. And if they can kill each other out, you're good. Right? You get the Americans. Oh, don't you have to hate that guy? Why? Because he's unvaccinated, or he's a Trumper, or he's a Democrat, or he's a Republican, right? You always get the people who are have the most in common to fight each other and wipe each other out. And so now what they're doing, be it via false flags, etc., is doing their best to drag the Turks in against the Kurds. They'll wipe the Kurds out. The Turks and the Greeks will fight. The Turks and the Iranians, maybe you can get them to fight. And you get all of these people to fight amongst each other and wipe each other out, because you want the greater Israel project. And you got to get them out of the way. Right? Now, let me add this.
Taxes was so taxing.
And there was a discussion about not attacking desalination plants. Well, Professor Zhang said something that basically gives the Israelis the keys to the city, right? And I heard someone else talking about it also, and that is this. Look, these Gulf countries, these Gulf states, right? They have to have desalination plants. They don't have any water. They don't have aquifers. They don't have water, right? They don't have desalination plants. So what do? You attack Iran's desalination plant from Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, wherever, because you want to draw Iran into attacking their desalination plants. You, Israel, don't have to attack the desalination plants. You get the Muslims, Sunnis and Shias, to attack each other's desalination plants. And what happens now? All the Persian Gulf countries, none of them have water. That means the people there, they got two options. They leave your land, right? It's Greater Israel, or they die of thirst, which for the Zionists is just as well. So what you have is this evil diabolical plan. What did they talk about? Depopulation. And the Israelis have already shown you, all you have to do is look at what they've done to the Palestinians, and you understand that that's what they want to do to the Egyptians and the Saudis and the whole Gulf Coast. Now look, these these Persian Gulf, the Gulf states, right? Here's the thing about it. They're looking at the Americans and they're like, Americans, they're shocked. I can't believe it. Americans, I can't believe it. You're helping the Israelis, but you're not helping us. Well, that's madness. That's ridiculous. Why would you do that? Because they want you to die. Of course not. They're helping the Israelis. Of course, they took the air defense systems out of our countries and they put them in the Israelis. What? Why? Why would you do that? They told you why. They depopulation. They want you out of the way. Of course, look. If you have any kind of air defense systems in the Gulf countries, then they'll be able to protect themselves. They'll be able to stop a missile from coming in, perhaps even a false flag missile that might be coming from the United States or Israel, right? They'll be able to block them, and that way they can maybe protect their desalination plants. Well, you don't want that, do you? Because then they'll have water. You blow their desalination plants, and then you say Iran did it. And you want to make sure they can't protect them. So what do? You take your air defense systems out and make sure they have no protection. And now the Gulf states are waking up. They're like, hey, what's going on here? You're not protecting us. And we're like, oh, yes. And in other news, there was a fork discovered in a kitchen. No, they're not, because they want you to be unalive, out of the way, move on, floating face down in the Gulf, whatever. They want you out of here. It's clear right now. And what they're trying to do is a couple of things. Number one, first and easiest thing is to set you into war with Iran. What's the first thing we heard? Within days afterwards, right? It was some false flag in, oh yes, the Saudi oil facility has been hit. And then the Saudis are joining the war with Israel. I bet you right now you can check within a day or two. And I'm like, the Saudis? That doesn't make sense. Yes, the Saudis are going to be getting bombing raids immediately. I bet if I search Saudis join war, I bet if I search that, there you go. There you go. Let me show you how easy this one is, right? Let's look at this article and let's look at the date. Tuesday, March 3rd. So they attacked on Friday, and on March 3rd, Iran strikes Saudi infrastructure. Now remember something. Iran said we didn't do it, that it was a false flag, that Israel did it. So what did they do? And where is this in? The Jerusalem Post. What do you know? Right? Iran strikes Saudi infrastructure, pushing Riyadh towards possible war. There you go. Forcing Riyadh to weigh retaliation against fear. So what are they saying? And now we found out that they didn't do it, that the Iranians didn't do it. So what is it? Within 2 to 3 days after they started the war, they tried to draw the Saudis in against the Iranians. Figuring like this, well, the Iranians will kill as many Saudis as they can, and then after that, the rest of them die of thirst or leave because they're going to have no desalination plants, and we don't have to blow them up because they'll blow up each other's desalination plants. And by the way, once they start firing missiles at each other, who's going to know that an extra missile might have came from the U.S. or Israel and just happened to hit a desalination plant, right? The Iranians don't have to. As soon as missiles started flying, what they wanted to do was Iran, Saudi, fight. As soon as missiles start flying, the Israelis come in and they blow up the Saudi desalination plant. They say, oh, do you believe what the Iranians done? That's a war crime. They must be stopped. The plan of this war, a big part of it, is to depopulate the Middle East, and two things they need to do. Number one, they need to draw Gulf countries into the war against Iran, or somehow involve them, somehow get claims that they've done something, do some false flag. Excuse me. So they need to draw them in, and then they need all of the infrastructure, which will include the oil infrastructure. They want it destroyed. Because look, if the oil infrastructure is not destroyed, even if they do something, the Saudis can still sell oil, make money, and rebuild everything. They want that stuff out of the way. The Israelis don't care about the rest of the world. Well, but 4 billion people will die of starvation. Well, wonderful. Think about the Zionists. What do you think? They're going to say bad? What do you think if you go but guys, if you cut off all the oil infrastructure in the region, 2 billion people will die of starvation. What do you think? The Israelis are going to be like, oh, darn, we don't want that to happen. No, less cattle. Fewer cattle, all the better. They're happier, right? As far as they're concerned, if they can get this depopulation thing going, then you spread it out. You just take where's all the Sunni Muslims in the Gulf Coast? Oh yeah, when their desalination plants blew, they all died of thirst, and the ones that could crawl away left. And so I guess it's just for us, the chosen people. Sorry now, darn. Hey, a land without a people, for people without a land. There you go. Right? It's the land without a people because the people are all dead. And that seems to be the plan. I mean, they're trying to turn occupied Palestine into a land without a people. That when they say a land without a people, what they mean is because we killed them all, either through deceit, through deception, through false flags, through dragging them into wars, right? Now, let me continue. What Epstein and Gates talked about was getting rid of as a block, the poor people. I gotta get rid of them. There's too many of these stinking poor people all over the place. And they're just eating food and doing things we don't want them to do, having kids. Now we gotta stop that. We gotta get rid of poor people. So look, again, you kill 2 birds with 1 stone, right? You, number one, as I said, get rid of the desalination plants, destroy all the oil infrastructure, right? So that causes no oil, and cut down the gas dramatically. What else do you cut down dramatically? The fertilizer. You want to cut back on the worldwide fertilizer output. Why? Because then you have fewer crops, and then you have yourself a genuine, good old-fashioned food shortage. And what happens then? Well, will people die? Yes, but the other part of it is they don't all have to die of starvation for this reason. I don't know if you know about a number of studies, but what they've shown is they take these mice and they put all these mice together and they give them food. They don't eat all the food and what do they want. And what happened is the mice have a lot of babies. Okay. Now they'll take let's say it's 100 mice. You take the same population of mice and you just give them enough to just bear a little less than they need so that they're hungry all the time. But they can survive, but they're hungry a lot, right? The birth rate drops dramatically because when you have less food, the females are less fertile. With less food, they're less fertile. And it's kind of a natural phenomenon where if there isn't enough food to feed a lot of people, that the population of that area, because they're less fertile, won't create more people to be fed, okay? So if you wipe out the oil and gas infrastructure in the region, You're now doing a worldwide depopulation. And who is that aimed at? That's the people who have the least amount of food. And some of them will starve, but the ones that don't starve will have less food. And if you have less food, the phenomenon is if a person is hungry, more often than not, that makes women and men both, a man's sperm count goes down, etc. This is a natural phenomenon and found in all animals. The animals live in a forest in a given area. There's different kind of selections, case selection, this kind of, but anyway, but the bottom line is you got a certain size of forest and there's X amount of animals in there. Less food, the animals become less fertile. They become stressed from not having enough food, which makes you less fertile, which means you have less mouths to feed, and it makes it easier for the others to survive, right? Because they don't have as much competition for food. Well, guess what happens? Close the Straits of Hormuz, close a significant portion of the gas. You stress the entire world, you lower depopulation, they have less babies, and some of them are going to starve, and then they could be wars over food and water and things like that. And Bill Gates and Epstein were sitting there, emailing, well, what do you think about depopulation? It's a tremendous idea. Let's go for it now. How are we going to do it? I don't know. All we got to do is get Trump in office, and then we'll push him into something in the Middle East, and that'll work. It seems to me. Did I have any other notes? We've already seen the beginning of this. Now, there is a tremendous amount. Let me see if I can find anything on it. As you probably know, there are already reports. One of them is Bahrain. Bahrain is a country that is a Gulf state, tiny little country, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, they got, like 300,000 or 400,000 people. A statelet, it isn't even really a country. It's 80% Shia, 20% Sunni. It has minority rule. Apparently, it's become unstable. And there are tremendous amount of rumors going around now that the king or the royal family of Bahrain may have fled to Saudi Arabia, that it may be flipping into Iran's orbit. I don't know, but it seems to make sense to me that something like that could happen. It also makes sense to be possibly that Saudi Arabia will take some kind of a significant military action, because if you are Saudi Arabian prince, then you do not want the spread of that kind of thing across the bridge, do you? So I don't know. I think that we are already looking at the kind of instability in the Middle East, political instability, that would make the Zionists salivate and say, okay, we got them starting to fall. Now that Bahrain has fallen, what you want to motivate the Saudis, you want to say to the Saudis, look, Bahrain has fallen. Yeah, man, you can't let that happen. I mean, you're next. You need to send your soldiers over there and take it back, right? Boom. Now you've got them fighting amongst each other. And then you want to false flag some maybe some missile or drone strikes from Saudi Arabia from Iran into Saudi Arabia, hit the Saudis, and you keep telling them the Iranians are hitting you. In addition, you want to you want to have them fighting. You want to have a reduction of food, and of course, you want to keep the Straits of Hormuz closed. Now, one may look at this and say, but the Israelis are getting pummeled and they're losing a lot of people and they're getting weaker. Yeah, but understand this. The Israeli leadership doesn't care about the Israeli people. These people are sociopaths and religious lunatics. They don't care about anything. From their perspective, so what? Their perspective is, we, meaning the leadership of Israel, want to take over the entire Middle East. And if, let's say 80% of the Israelis die doing it, well, we got the other 20%. And with the other 20%, God will have us reproduce and be fruitful, and then we'll fill the whole Middle East with Israelis. And boom, there you got it. Pax Judaea. And I think, I may be wrong, but I'll put it to you like this. I don't even think that's the plan. I do not think that's the plan. But to me, you can't look at the conversation between Epstein and Bill Gates, in which they talked about depopulation, getting rid of the poor people. You can't see that and then not look at what's going on here and say there's got to be some application here. And particularly when you look at this war and you say this war has the potential for depopulation, particularly of poor people. If there's less food, the poorer you are, the quicker you go first. The other thing I think is this. Somewhere in, this Pax Judaica thing, you want to do two things. You want to destroy Iran because ultimately you want to destroy Iran and control it, control their oil, control everything. Because if you're a fascist Israel, you want to control everything. So you want to weaken Iran. You want to destroy Iran as a state, as a civilization, and replace it with the new Israel, right? But interestingly enough, I think you got to destroy the U.S. too. Because the U.S. is, I'll put it like this. It reminds me of Ukraine in a way, because the U.S. was like, yes, we'll get these Nazis all straight, and then we will, when we get these Nazis straight, we'll overthrow Russia, and who cares about the Nazis? They're cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the Nazis in Ukraine are thinking to themselves, we'll get the Americans to help us, we'll overthrow Russia, and then we'll rule the white race. In other words, then the Nazis in Ukraine will become the leaders of the world. So there's no honor amongst thieves. Both sides let's work together to take out, be it Russia or whatever. But both of them are also thinking, after we take out Russia, I'll take out you, or I'll take out you. They're both thinking that, right? There's no honor amongst thieves. That when we get done doing this job, it's almost like me and you rob a bank. As soon as we get finished, I shoot you in the head because I don't want to share half the money. I always planned on being in charge of everything, but I needed your help, right? That's the Nazis in Ukraine along with the U.S. They felt like, we'll take Russia and then we will rule the world, and so much for the U.S. It'll have to fall in line and to our great rule. I think in a twisted kind of way, the Zionists are the same way, and that their plan is simply to use the U.S. up, to use the U.S. And here's the thing. This, they already know. This is something that's going to tear the U.S. limb from limb internally. It will create an incredible amount of instability in the U.S., political instability. And what do they want? They want the people in the U.S. to have some kind of a, what's the term I'm looking for? Like a civil kind of war, but enough that destabilizes the United States, probably impoverishes the United States, because they know this. Here's what the Zionists know. Look, this war happens, and this war tears the United States limb from limb. This war breaks the United States till it's like only got a few pennies left. Here's what the Zionists know. All they got to do is Congress, and Congress will give them those last few pennies. If the United States has one last slice of bread, and the people of the U.S. are like, hey, can we have a slice of the bread? The Republicans and the Democrats will come together and vote to give it to Israel. They will let you starve. They will let you suffer. They will destroy your way of life and everything else. And they'll give it all to Zionism, thinking that Zionism is a part of them. No, Zionism sees you the same way. You're nothing but cattle and cannon fodder. Even the puppets in government who think they're a special political class, they're nothing but cannon fodder either. So I believe that the plan, let me break it out for you. Number one, you have to drag all of the Muslim countries in the region together into a war so they can fight and beat each other to a pulp. In that war, you must destroy all the desalination plants, and so that all of the Muslims in the area either die of thirst or leave. You got to get them out of the way, right? Number three, you need to destroy all of the, what's it called? Oil infrastructure and gas infrastructure, so that they can't make any money to rebuild, so that it's just a impoverished wasteland. And additionally, that cuts down on the oil for industry around the world, and it cuts down on the gas for industry in the world, and gas that is used for fertilizer. You then control this region of the world. That's Judaica, right? That's your area. You take the whole Middle East is now yours, because you've either killed, starved, or ran out all of the Muslims, the Arabs and the Persians alike. And now that you've cut back on fertilizer, you've cut back on, I mean, let's face it, you don't have diesel fuel for your tractors to run gigantic farms. And if you do, the food's so expensive that people can't afford it and they're starving, right? So what do you do now? And the people that are left are hungry. So they're, what do you call it? Their fertility is dramatically decreased. And of course, there's other things that may or may have not happened in the last few years that may also decrease people's fertility. That seems quite possible that that's happening. So you're going to get your depopulation and your lesser amount of people on the earth. As Bill Gates and Epstein talked about, you're going to get less useless eaters, right? As they call them, Malthusianists feel that there's too many people, and they talk about it. And I think this is part of, so what we're seeing right now is part of the Greater Israel Project, and look for them to continue as best they can to do two things right now. This is what the two things you got to look for. Number one, three. Number one, to drag the Muslim countries into battle against each other so they can do Zionist dirty work for it by killing as many of each other as they can and by destroying as much of the infrastructure in the region as they can, right? Number two, as part of one, including desalination plants. The desalination plants have to go so the Muslims don't have water, and of course, the oil infrastructure. Now, that's number one. Number two, you got to look out for, and that is taking out the United States. I think that you're pitting the U.S. Look, they're not stupid. They see that the U.S. is at a very vulnerable, economically and politically vulnerable time. Things aren't working. The people want something that they can't get from their leadership. The people are not represented by their leadership, and they figured it out. And so now the people are saying, we want something different. We don't like what we're getting. We want something else. So you got a level of political instability. Perfect time to drag them into this war that they don't want. Perfect time to drive up the gas prices that they don't want driven up. And what do? You create political instability the same way you do in North and South Korea, the same way you do between the Slavic Russians and the Slavic Ukrainians. Everywhere you can, you create instability so Americans beat the hell out of each other, fight the hell out of each other. Their country falls into poverty, and you've done away with the U.S. See, the U.S., the leaders here think they're working. You know what's funny? What goes around comes around. These Gulf leaders think to themselves, we're working with the U.S., and the U.S. is going to help us and look out for us and protect us. They're our allies. They're going to look out for us. They're our buddies. And as soon as the war starts, they throw you to the dogs. Right? And they're like, oh, I can't believe they threw us to the dogs. Oh, boy, are you naive. However, I think the U.S. is going to deal with the same thing in that what the Zionists are doing right now is they're just asset stripping the U.S. That's what the Zionists are doing. They're asset stripping it. They're doing the same thing. And they're doing the same thing to Europe. Why do you think they're shutting everything down in Europe? See, it really works. So what are the Zionists doing with Europe? Now, Europe is done. They were already, see, they dragged the Europeans into this Ukraine conflict to wipe out Europe. Let me ask you this. The leadership of Ukraine, Zelensky, remember the guy Mendich? Where did he fly to? Israel. Look across the leadership of Ukraine, and there are a bunch of Zionists. Do you think that's an accident? Do you think there's a country with a bunch of goose-stepping Nazis flying all over the place, and it's just an accident that they happen to think about this? A country full of goose-stepping Nazis, the whole country's run by a bunch of Zionists. And then they even say this, why, for God's sake, they can't be Nazis because they're being led by Zionists. They're being led by Zelensky. He's Jewish. Mendich, he's Jewish. Schmiegel, Spiegel, all of them. Look at the names. The Ukraine is run by, the whole government is packed with Zionists. And they are robbing Ukraine blind. And the United States is sending hundreds of billions in, and they're funneling it right out the door. It's going in, and they're stealing it. And Mendich, what does he do when he gets caught? Straight to Israel. So what they're doing is this. They're asset stripping the United States. Here's what I mean. What do they call them? Vulture capitalists do. They buy a company, and they asset strip the company. They lay the people off. They sell everything down to the chairs and the conference tables. They find out how much credit that company has. If the company can borrow $100 billion, they borrow $100 billion. They take everything that company has and then they shut the company down and move on to the next company. That's why they call them vulture capitalists. They go into a company, they grab a company, do a hostile takeover or buy it, and then they asset strip it. They take everything and they move on to the next, right? What's happening with the United States? It's asset stripping. That's what it is. Mendich and Schmiegel and Zelensky and all of these people. What? Think about it. A war is going on, and what is Zelensky's job? Think about what is Zelensky's job? To ask for money. Nothing else. He doesn't care about weapons. What is Zelensky's job? We need more money. You must give us another $90 billion. Americans, everything we get, we can win if we would just get more money. Money, money, money. You have money, give us money. You, and you. Germany, money. He comes to the NATO meeting. Hey, what are you doing here? Money. Give me money, money, money. Why? He's asset stripping Europe. The Zionists are asset stripping Europe. His job is to funnel every dime out of there. And then what do you see? You see all of these things where, yes, there's some kind of a weird thing going on where these they're supposed to X amount of dollars are supposed to go out for tanks, and for some reason it didn't go out for tanks. Yeah, it went out to Tel Aviv. They asset as they asset strip Europe, and now they make sure that no think about this. They make sure that no oil and gas is going to Europe. Europe needs oil and gas. So what are they going to do? They're going to make sure that Europe doesn't get any oil and gas. What's going to happen in Europe when they don't have oil and gas? Depopulation. The people are going to die. They're going to move. They're going to starve. They're not going to have children. All of those things are coming to Europe because they ain't going to have gas and they ain't going to have oil and they're not going to have fertilizer and they ain't getting nothing. And what they've done is they've gotten these poor saps in Europe to hate Russia and to push Russia off so bad that Russia then says, we ain't selling you no gas. Great. You have isolated Europe. You have economically isolated Europe. Europe's done. Europe's not a threat to you, right? You've got rid of the gas and oil. You have asset stripped Europe, right? You've deindustrialized Europe. You've taken all of their money. We need another 90 billion. We don't have it. Borrow it. Why? Why do you want them to borrow it? Because you want them to be in debt afterwards. Where are they borrowing it from? Probably a bunch of Zionists. A Rothschild bank. Think about it. There's all of one of the reasons, and Alistair Crook talked about it. One of the reasons that the Europeans are afraid for the Ukraine conflict to go over is because they owe like $300 billion in loans. But who do they owe them to? The Rothschild Bank, the same people who own and run Israel, the Zionists. So now you owe like $300 billion to the Zionists. And you know what the Zionists are squeezing you? Go take another loan for 90. Borrow every dime you can from the Rothschild Bank. Borrow every dime you can and from us. And then when you can't borrow anymore, we're going to come back to you and squeeze you for the loans. And you know what they're going to say? They're going to do the same thing to Europe that they do in Africa, that they do in the Middle East. They're going to go to France and they're going to go Germany and they're going to say, hey, here's the deal. Here's what we'd like you to do. We'd like you to pay us off right now. You see, people are like, oh, they'll never end the war. They will. Once they've gotten the last penny, once they've gotten the last loan out of Europe, they'll allow the war to end. And then they'll start going to France and Germany and England and say, oh, well, we need you to pay up. And France and Germany and England say, but we can't pay up. Oh, man. I guess we'll have to take your ports. I guess we'll have to take your railways. I guess we'll have to start taking over your assets. And the Rothschild Bank comes in and takes everything they have. They're going to do you like they do the African countries. They put you in debt, and the money has been. Here's the thing about it. You, Europe, have borrowed $300 billion. The $300 billion has gone to Kiev. Mendich and Zelensky and the rest of these Zionist criminals have laundered that $300 billion back to Tel Aviv. Now they're going to come to you when you're out of money, and now the people in Tel Aviv are going to say, or in this instance of the city of London, are going to say, okay, that $300 billion that we already have, because we loaned it to you, we laundered it through Tel Aviv right back into our stinking pockets. Now we're going to tell you we want it. and we know you can't pay us. And that's when we're going to start stripping your ass, and we're going to start grabbing your ports and everything you have. We're going to grab, and we'll own everything in Europe. And then we'll say, oh, you want to buy some oil? Yeah, we'll sell you some, because now we've killed all and dislocated all the Arabs. We now have the Middle East. And then we'll come back to you and say, if you want to buy oil or gas, you can buy it from us. Meanwhile, you're like, well, I'll buy it from the United States. Guess what? Their assets stripped the United States also. And guess what? They're trying to throw the U.S. into poverty. They are throwing the U.S. and the Iranians against each other to destroy both. And they want to drag everybody in so everybody destroys each other. And in the end, they've done their depopulation. They got their money and they go on about their business. That's my opinion. Now, no, let me go a different way. I'm not going to say that this is my opinion. I'm going to say that as an intellectual exercise, I wanted to run through that possibility. But there are things in there that are undeniable and self-evident. It's undeniable that the Europeans borrowed several hundred billions of dollars from the Rothschild Bank to put in Ukraine. It's undeniable at this point that that money was laundered through Ukraine, which was run by Zionists, and back somewhere, my guess is right back into the Rothschild Bank, but whatever, back into the hands of Zionists. So you lent them money, they gave it to somebody, your guys, and your guys laundered it right back to you. And so you get it twice. You get to lend it to them. It's like picking somebody's pocket and selling them back their own wallet. That's what they're doing to Europe. And voila, they get to deindustrialize Europe. Now, Europe needs to be rebuilt, doesn't it? Who do you think is going to rebuild Europe? They will. They'll say, oh man, Europe's looking pretty bad. Just like at the end of the Marshall Plan. It'll be the Zionist Marshall Plan. Okay, we'll go back to Europe and we'll rebuild Europe. But guess what we're going to have when we rebuild Europe? We're going to own everything. By the way, we're going to have the whole Middle East, so we control the gas and oil for the entire world. Now, what's interesting is the Russians and the Chinese. What country is the best in the world right now at building nuclear power plants? The Russians. And Russia and China are working on massive projects for nuclear power. I think the Russians and the Chinese understand something, and they understand that there is an evil and diabolical move afoot to take over the energy, the oil and gas energy in the Middle East, so that that can be controlled and that can be used as a mechanism of control to rule the world. But if you found other methods of energy, with China, they got these gigantic desert fields for solar energy. They are doing all kinds of things for nuclear energy, and Russia's big on nuclear energy. So I think they realize that the future for them is not going to be gas and oil. I think now, think about Russia. Here's what's interesting about Russia. Just was in Russia not too long ago, and should be back hopefully in a couple of weeks. Here's the thing about Russia that's important. Everybody's like, oh, Russia makes all this gas. They make everything. Well, I heard it's like 15% or less is now gas and oil. They make money, but that ain't the only thing. But what is Russia doing? When I was there, I saw they're doing something called gasification. What does that mean? That means the Russians are saying we're going to use gas internally. It is so cheap for us to create that we can heat our houses, that we can run all of our own stuff with gas. I think the Russians' plan in the long run is to say, look, we're selling gas now, but the time is going to come when that could be a problem, because these crazy people are trying to control the world's gas and oil choke points. So we may not be able to sell it, but through gasification, guess what? We can use gas to run our entire economy, and we can do it really, really cheap because it's ours. We can do it at cost. So I think the Russians' plan is we will gasify our own country and run everything by gas as we transition to nuclear. And I think the same with the Russians, with the Chinese. The Chinese plan is to be able to work with the Russians to get as much as they can as far as gas and energy from Russia, because they have a border with Russia.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44. Nina just built an app.
So we can all build apps now?
I'm on lunch.
I gotta
But I also think the Russians and the Chinese are both planning on nuclear, because I think they understand that in the future, that the diabolical and evil people are working to control the world. And they're like, by now they've come to the conclusion, we can't go face to face and fight China. We can't go face to face and fight Russia. So we got to go to the Middle East. We got to take the Middle East, and then we can control the oil choke points, so we can shut them down. Meanwhile, their erstwhile allies, the Israelis, feel that they own the world, so they're going to do everything they need to do. In the United States, they're going to destroy you meanwhile, so they're the only ones left standing. I think that's the plan for Zionism, is to get everybody out of the Middle East, to take the Middle East, to destroy the United States, and be the only ones left standing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not even saying I'm right. I'm not even saying that is anything other than a blind theory, blind speculation, but it's worth speculating. We have nothing else to do right now but speculate as we watch our leaders team up with Zionism to wipe out the world's economy. And look, they told you what they were going to do. You'll have nothing and like it. The Great Reset, they told you what they were going to do. You know, that's what I think. They told you what they were going to do. So how could they not? It all makes sense. Anyway, that's just something to throw out there. Share this on all your social media platforms if you like this stuff. By the way, there's my P.O. box. People, I got a whole bunch of stuff in my P.O. box. It's great. I'm just starting to open it up. People have sent me all kind of cool things. And some people have sent, some people have made donations. I appreciate that. Patreon, thanks to my Patreon people, PayPal people. They're